video games. Of course I turned the mic on and now I have to sneeze. Oh, hang on. Okay, it's gone. Never mind. Alright. Thank you for the 15 months, Evie. Hello, everybody. I'm alive. Against all odds, I am alive. I still sound tired. I kind of am. I kind of am still tired. But I'm excited to play more Higurashi. There's apparently 12 chapters in this game. We just finished 8 last time. And, Soup! Soup. Exactly, Cal. You understand. And, this is the final day. This is the final stream of the month. Granted, on Monday, I will be joining Girl Stream Team, who I'm gonna shout out right now. So I'm gonna be over there. This is the final stream of mine. And also... if that works. There we go. This is the final stream of mine. So this is the final stream that we can raise money for the Kenosha Theater. So there's still a chance I might be able to... we might be able to get to 7,000. There's still a chance. And then I will have to play Subnautica next month. That might happen. I am alive. I'm kicking. 24-hour stream will do that. Listen, this is what happened. I went to sleep immediately after for 6 hours. I woke up, I was hungry. So I ate some more. Then I went straight back to sleep. And I woke up and I was like, it's time for Higu. It's time for Higu. It's great. I'm still like over the moon with how much we have raised from the 24-hour stream alone. 6,400. That's insane to me. The goal was 5,000. So we reached the first stretch goal, which was a Lu Dakimakura. I will design it. It will be available sometime next month. The other thing was, at the end of the stream, I will be announcing the top tippers of the month. I found out how to find that. I found it. And so by the end of the stream, if that changes from where it is, right now the top tippers are first place is Queen Snarf. Second place is Gracie, I believe. Yes, Gracie Gal. And then Eris. So those are our top tippers now. That could change. That could change. That could change with the results of this stream. So, we're gonna Higu. Is there anything else I had to say? Hang on. We're still in Blood World. We're still in Blood World. I was like, maybe I should change that. Oh shit, Soup. Also, hey Taryn. Hey Taryn. We're still in Blood World. And we still have very cheap sound alerts. This is also going to be the last stream where they're going to be really cheap. I'm going to change that by next month. Next stream I have. So enjoy that while you can. Enjoy that while you can. Yeah, there's the loaf. There's the bread. There's the bread. Soup! There's the soup. But... Colonel Randy... Also, Moonpie is now forever Applejack. I'm sorry if you want Rainbow Dash back. She is so funny as Applejack.
Colonel Randy!
Yes! Also, guess what? I blacklisted all the honorifics. You can't do them anymore. You can't do them anymore. I got tired of it. So if Monks comes in here and tries to do it, nope. Or anybody. Oh, amazing. Blem? Oh no. Oh no. Okay. So, Cal, if you... What?
Ruff, ruff, woof, woof, nay.
Good job, Moonpie. She's so good. She is so good. Oh. Wow. She is so, so good. Cal, I'm gonna undeafen if you are ready to be undeafened. If you wanna...
Yeah! Rainbow Dash is my wife.
The way she said yeehaw was so strange. Anyway, hello, my friend.
Hello.
Hello. No Biden blast today, huh?
Listen, the biggest surprise is when you defy expectations.
Oh, I see. All right. Okay. Should should we summarize Higurashi so far, or God damn it? That's a good summary. I think that's a good summary. That's what's happened so far.
Last time. Last time.
Golden nuggets, they tasty, huh?
Last time.
Last time.
We made Rena really mad.
We sure did. We sure did, didn't we?
Yeah, she was all like, Usuda!
Usuda.
Which means liar.
Okay, there sure was a lot that happened. We talked to Tomitake. We did the Wada Nagashi
Mr.
festival.
Tasty.
Yeah, an Officer Tasty. Okay. Tomitake told us, just straight up,
Oh, Biden blast.
thank you for the Biden blast from Moon Pie. Incredible. So we talked to Tomitake after the Wada Nagashi festival, and it was revealed that at the end of each Wada Nagashi festival for the past like 4 years, somebody mysteriously died. And it was generally somebody who was like for the dam project, or somebody like, what was it, like a shrine priest or something that like mysteriously fell ill and died. And like because he like wasn't, I don't know, it was just like people that you would consider like traitors to Hinamizawa. They all died. And then it was also revealed that another person also like got demoned away, Onika Kushi, like spirited away but with a demon, just disappeared. And so the next day we talked to Officer Tasty, or Officer Oishi, which is suspiciously close to Oishi, so we're calling him Tasty. We learned from him that Tomitake died in a terrible way by clawing out his own throat.
I have died badly.
He has died badly. So that was fucked up. And so we can only conclude it was because he was an outsider. And they traced it back to Keiichi because his name was on his shirt, because they all like wrote on his shirt as a big farewell thing because he was going back to his like hometown. But he didn't make it because he died. He died. He sure did die.
Clawed out his own throat.
Clawed out his own goddamn throat. And so that was fucking terrible. And this happened like while school hours were going on, and Officer Tasty was like, now don't tell anybody about this. And so Keiichi has to keep quiet. He can't tell his friends about any of all this. And so the next day, Keiichi's like, Rena, are you keeping something from me? And Rena was like, no. But you're keeping something from us because you lied. And you didn't go to the principal's office. You went and you sat in a car with a police officer. What did you tell him, Keiichi? And Keiichi's like, nothing. And she's just like, oh, you're a fucking liar. And she yelled at us, and it was terrifying. And then later, we called...
Right. I forgot.
What?
I forgot that we got to that part.
Yeah, and Officer Tasty called us, and we shared all the information we have been learning, and we learned about the demoning away stuff. And then your dad comes in after like being on the phone with this police officer for like an hour, and is like, oh, I brought some cookies for you and Rena. And you're like, what do you mean, me and Rena? And he's like, oh, Rena came by and asked where you were, and I told her where your room was. And you're like, how long ago was that? And he was like an hour or so, right? I don't know. I don't remember how long it was, but it was a long time. And so you can only conclude that Rena was just at your door listening to everything you were saying in that conversation on the phone with the detective. She was just there the entire time, just standing there listening. And that was where we left off.
Yeah.
She was just creeping outside of the room for an hour. And that's fucking terrifying. So a lot of shit happened last stream. It sure has picked up. So from there, We're gonna continue.
Keiichi, stop
How is
being
Moonpie
such
gonna
a
say
sussy baker.
Keiichi?
I don't know, but I heard it, and I didn't even process that she was saying Keiichi. Oh man. Anyway, let's
Yes,
continue.
anyway. Let's.
We already viewed the tips, right? We did.
I believe so.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, we did. Okay. So let's continue, everybody. Continue.
Ooh.
Oh. Oh, this is gonna be
It's
scary.
so lovely here, in this lovely town, where nothing is bad.
It's so lovely. Weariness and a headache. Not a very nice way to start the day.
What's wrong? Keiichi, you don't look so well. When did you go to sleep?
It seemed that my mom had noticed my sullen state.
I am a simple farm girl. Please keep me cheap.
No! I will not keep Moonpie cheap. Yesterday.
Hello?
No, Eris said, I am a simple farm girl. Please keep me cheap. And I'm like, no, because Moonpie
No.
speaks is 100 right now. I'm going to put it back to 1,000 after today. Yesterday, I kept on waking up in the middle of the night. Without a doubt, I felt a presence. I felt the presence of someone standing in front of my door. I told myself repeatedly that it was my imagination and forced myself to try and sleep. Except, not being able to stand it, I gathered up my courage and opened the door. Of course there wasn't anyone there. I think I did this 3 times throughout the night, or maybe I just didn't remember doing it any more than that. Even though I was able to get to the breakfast table without incident, I still didn't feel at ease. It might be a cold. I don't really have an appetite.
My, you do seem a little warm. Well, can you make it to school?
Technically, I did go to school, but it was mostly self-study. It wouldn't matter much if I missed a day, would it? It could have been that I hadn't been feeling well for the last few days because I really did have a cold. If I took some medicine and got a good day of rest, I might be able to greet everyone with a smile tomorrow. Ding dong! Startled, I looked back and forth between the entrance and the clock. It was 10 minutes later than when I usually met up with Rena. It was Rena.
Rena-chan came to get you. What are you going to do? Are you going to take the day off?
Rena was a good girl. She might be somewhat quirky, but she was certainly cute. The lunches she made were delicious, and she always looked out for me. Why should I be so scared of something like that? It wasn't Rena's fault. It was probably mine. It had to have been my cold. It just had to be. I'll rest. Sorry.
Then I'll go send her off for you.
Mom headed off to the door. I would have to pass by the entrance to get back to my room. Oh, fuck. I didn't have the nerve to meet with Rena, so I wrapped myself in a blanket on the sofa and closed my eyes. I was so sleep-deprived, I quickly fell into a deep slumber. I feel this, Keiichi.
Sometimes you're fucking exhausted.
I had only intended to lie down for a bit, but it was almost noon when I woke up. I called out to my parents, but they didn't seem to be around. On the table, I found lunch prepared and a note. Mom and Dad had apparently driven off to somewhere far away. It likely had to do with Dad's work. This happened every so often, so it wasn't that unusual. They would be back for dinner, but might be a bit late. On the note it said, "The insurance card is in the cabinet. Take it and go to the hospital." What? Is he that sick? There's also a well-drawn map to the hospital. That's right. I hadn't been there before, so I didn't know exactly where it was. I had a light lunch, although it really was just leftovers from the morning, and just in case, went to the hospital. That's right, in Japan, you can just go to the hospital.
You can do that here too.
I forgot I was American brained. I was like, why? What do you mean?
You're incurring unnecessary debts. No.
No. Normally I'd never be here in the middle of a weekday. Just walking around like this had me feeling guilty. It was an odd feeling. Following my mom's map, I took a road I usually never used. After walking for a bit, the hospital sign came into view. I'm like, why are you going to the hospital for a fucking cold? What? EDA clinic was written rather stylishly on the sign. The clinic wasn't very big, but based on the scale of the rest of Hinamizawa, it was far too grand. There was a parking lot and even a reserved spot for buses. They must be making a mint. making a mint, spaced out in the air-conditioned waiting room until it was my turn to be seen. If you want to be the nurse. Sorry.
Mayabara-san, please make your way to the examination room.
Thanks. Alright. Is this really Spoony, the critically acclaimed obscure streamer? Hi, Gracie. Welcome. After half-heartedly answering all of the chatty doctor's questions, he responded with the old, "It's probably a cold." They gave me a shot and 3 days worth of medicine. Oh man, I
Could be
fucking
possibly in a cold shot.
cold shot. I thought it was a little overboard, but if it would clear away the gloomy feeling I'd been having lately, then it was worth it. That'd be so fucking cool to just be able to go to the hospital and get medicine for like whatever sickness you fucking have. Man, I hate
So
being an
sorry.
American.
I'm so sorry.
It's fine. I settled the bill and took a quick trip to the washroom. As I was leaving, I overheard a conversation between some elderly people who seemed to be regulars at the clinic. Of course, I had no intention of eavesdropping, if it just wasn't for that word. Oh no.
Must have been an Onikakushi. I wonder. She was still pretty young. Might have just eloped. With whom? That man from Tokyo who visits every season. That young one with the big camera. Didn't you know they were getting along pretty well?
Are they talking about Tomitake-san? I could feel my ears perking up.
I don't know about that, but you have to make preparations before you elope. Leave a note or quit that job or something. It's an elopement because they didn't leave a note or message. The thought that I'll never see that young nurse's face again makes me rather sad. Takano-san is an upstanding young woman. She'll be fine wherever she goes.
Oh, she was a nurse. Okay. So her name was Takano-san, that woman with Tomitake-san. And she worked at this clinic? Oyashiro-sama's shadow was following me everywhere I went. I started listening more closely, but they began talking about fishing and it didn't seem like they were going to revisit the topic. I gave up and left. Hey, Mur the Freak, I am alive, yes. Somehow. Thus, even though I was separated from the daily monotony of school, I wasn't able to escape from Oyashiro-sama's shadow. But of course, Oyashiro-sama was the guardian deity of this place, of Hinamizawa. As long as I was in Hinamizawa, I wouldn't be able to escape.
Oh, I forgot to send you the Higurashi musical thing.
Oh boy. Maybe it was
Later.
because I was walking outside, but my appetite had suddenly returned. I might as well buy a snack with the change from the examination fee on the way home. Contemplating that, I turned onto a familiar street. Oh, what?
Just here, this street.
Oh. At that moment, I heard a car horn abruptly honk behind me. Was I really
Honk.
walking? Was I really walking so far into the middle of the road where I'd be in a car's way? I moved farther off to the side, but the horn was still honking at me. I turned around, peeved. Oh, it's you.
Mayabara-san, good day to you. I don't know why I said son like that.
San. It was Tasty-san. He stepped out of his car, AC on full blast, and waved at me.
What's up today? See anything blue? School on break?
Just not feeling well, so I took the day off. I was about to buy lunch and head back home.
That's great, I don't care. I'm just about to get lunch myself. Would you mind going together? If you're not feeling up for it, then don't mind me.
I was just going to lie down after going home anyway, and I didn't really have a cold.
I expect you'd rather avoid using one of the local places. Let's go into town. It's a bit of a drive. Is that alright? I know a pretty good place.
I'd finally begun to understand Tasty-san's roundabout way of saying things. I'm gonna say it every time. I don't even if it's a
never not
serious,
gonna make me laugh.
even if it's a serious moment, especially in a serious moment. He probably wanted to talk to me about stuff that would be difficult to discuss while in Hinamizawa. Let's talk about it, Tasty-san. I went with Tasty-san, riding in his frigid car. It was almost as if the bright sunlight outside was a lie.
I'm sorry about calling you so late last night. Did your parents get angry at you?
No. I recalled Rena, who had been listening to the phone conversation all that time, separated from me by just the door. Even now, in the brightness of the sunlight, the thought still creeped me out. The big bump that jolted the car, the road connecting to the city changed from dirt to pavement. My head swiveled back with a sudden realization. That's right. This was where Tomitake-san died.
They've hit a snag on the investigation regarding Tomitake-san.
Tasty-san spoke while peering at me from the corner of his eye.
They believed it was caused by hallucinogens, given how he was clawing out his own throat. But a drug that could cause that to happen so suddenly is extremely hard to come by. Bear in mind, of course, possibly a grizzly. The autopsy was done with that premise in mind, but we didn't find any leads.
You know that thing you see in comics all the time? Where there's a drug that doesn't leave any traces after being consumed?
It exists. Making me say fucking weird-ass words.
Sisinilcol?
Succinylcol something or other.
Succinylcol. Beautiful.
Well, it's pretty common. But you see, there doesn't seem to be any kind of drug that would cause Tomitake-san to react like that.
Then you're saying the police concluded Tomitake-san just died from the curse? I couldn't help but feel that the police were worthless. Good
You're
feeling.
right, Gage.
You're right. Also, Jizoot. Hello. Fucking Oishi blasting his La Cucaracha horn. I just wanted the idea of a curse to be dissociated from Tomitake-san's mysterious death.
Unfortunately, that's how it looks right now. But putting aside the cause of death, without a doubt, he was surrounded by a group of people and had taken a beating before he died. That was no curse, but an incident that unquestionably involved other humans.
That made me a bit relieved.
Oh, it's so relieving that he died in horrible, strenuous circumstances.
So relieving. We passed in front of the rather desolate, but still busier than Hanamizawa train station. The car pulled into a restaurant parking lot, and I followed Tasty-san into the shop. Officer Tasty. Oh, I've been in a restaurant that looks just like this. This is weird. It's pretty...
I haven't.
It looks like a pho place I used to go to in California. It was pretty crowded, but there were only adults at this hour. Of course, there wouldn't be children in here in the middle of a weekday.
2, please. I'll make do with non-smoking.
Oh my god, that's right. There would have been smoking seats in this day and age. Oh, that's so fucked up.
I wonder if in Japan they still have that happening, because I know in Japan they have a lot more, like, they at least back in the day they had a lot more smokers than America. Like, fucking Japan buys so much tobacco, imports so
I know
much tobacco.
that they have like outdoor spaces where you're only allowed to smoke in. It's like a little the best thing I can liken it to is like a bike shed where people who smoke go and stand under outside.
God. Oh. This way, please. When you are ready to order, please call me over. We were led by a peculiarly, I can read, dressed waitress to our table. I sat with Tasty-san in the booth.
So what do you think? Aren't the waitress's outfits here cute?
Are we at a maid cafe? What the
It's
fuck?
a maid cafe.
Oh my god. Tasty-san, how? Why? Huh? Well, I guess.
Poor Kiichi's here like, I am deathly ill with some kind of flu and you take me to a maid cafe, you awful, awful man.
You stupid cop. Slightly sluttier maid cafe? Yeah, that's a good place to bring a 16-year-old. Cool.
This shop is always quite busy. It's more about the waitresses and the food, you see.
Japanese Hooters.
It kind of is.
Tasty-san, you're leering.
Am I really?
Goddamn.
I'm putting on my full lech.
Putting on a full lecherous officer. Look, that's just...
It looks so blurry and delicious.
It's just a straight up picture of some restaurant's menu. I love it. Regardless of how the waitresses looked, the food was decent enough. Finishing our meals while talking about some inane topic, Tasty-san's after-meal cup of coffee arrived at the table.
I can't understand people who drink, like, a mug of coffee after every meal.
Every meal.
Ugh. Yesterday, we talked about Hinamizawa's past, didn't we?
Yeah, that it was the village of man-eating demons or something like that.
I didn't know much about it myself, so I asked my mother about it this morning.
Tasty-san took out the notepad that was stuffed into his breast pocket.
Turns out that Hinamizawa used to be called Onigafuchi, the demon's abyss.
Oh, damn. Onigafuchi. That's quite the name.
The name's still around. The swamp where the Shinto priest's wife drowned herself is still called Onigafuchi. It's said that the depths of that swamp connect to the realm of demons.
Of course, nobody had told me anything about such an ominous swamp.
And you see, it appears they were both feared and revered.
A respect born of fear. I guess you could say it was a kind of deification. The village of inhuman creatures.
Seems the demons were senin, or mountain-dwelling mystics of sorts. Villagers with incurable illnesses would be taken to Onigafuchi to be healed, for example.
Even if we are calling them demons, tengu, long-nosed goblins, or senin would be a more apt description. They don't seem like such terrible people, even though they were called demons.
But they were still man-eating demons. According to the story my mother told me, as payment for treating her son's illness, "Let us eat the mother who brought him here," was apparently how things went.
The price of curing her son was herself? That's unsettling.
Of course, the mother took her son and ran. Then, you see, all the villagers of Onigafuchi, the demons, chased, surrounded, and captured them.
The entire village, apparently. That's quite a frightening thing to imagine. They are descendants of demon.
In the end, it seems both the mother and son were caught and eaten. The end.
There's a problem with this story. Both witnesses in the story were eaten, so nobody would be able to tell the tale.
Huh? There are plenty of old fables like this. Idiot. Fool.
In contrast to the ghastly tale, Tasty-san laughed heartily while sipping his coffee.
But, well, there are quite a few other tales, where the demons from Onigafuchi band together to capture their prey.
I recalled that Mion said that the villagers united and fought against the dam construction. I saw similarities with how that part about unification overlapped.
They would always hunt down a single person, and they chose who it was going to be beforehand.
Huh? That caught my attention. Tasty-san also appeared to be pondering what it meant.
My mother told me that you must never interfere with the demon's hunt. You should just hole up in your house and hide under the cover, she said.
So what does this all mean?
It means you mustn't ever help or protect the prey. As long as you don't disturb the demon's hunt, no harm will fall upon the villagers. It seems there's that kind of rule.
Basically, don't help the victims. Pretend you didn't see the atrocities. In other words, what happens if you break the rule?
Well, they're man-eating demons after all.
Many parts of that tale caught my attention. Parts of the story he told me overlapped with his theory that the entire village was in on the crime. Even if it wasn't the whole village, it was conceivable that the villagers were hiding under the covers and leaving them to die, when there's a group that was on their hunt, wasn't it? I didn't dare to speak it. Then, Tasty-san, I guess it looks like it's either the entire village or a group of villagers perpetrating the crimes?
What do you think, Mayabara-san? Excuse me. Another cup of coffee, please?
That's what I wanted to know. It seemed that we were both waiting for the other to say the last part. He waited for the waitress to finish pouring coffee before speaking.
Last year, I had a nagging feeling when Satoshi-kun disappeared.
Tasty-san muttered as he watched the milk swirl around in his coffee.
So those friends of Satoshi-san, Meaning your group of friends, my Abada-san. I had a bit, really just a little bit, okay? Of background checking done.
If Tasty-san had said this to me before, I would have gotten angry at him for calling my friends into question. But as I was now, I couldn't.
This might sound pretty stupid. Mayabara-san, if you feel that it's stupid, please say so. I'll just stop.
Tasty-san was wearing the most serious expression that I'd ever seen from him. It was as if he was telling me to prepare myself and listen. There were quite a few things I regretted hearing from Tasty-san, but none of them were as threatening as this. A little voice inside me was screaming like an alarm. Stop, Geiji. This was probably the last one. I took a deep breath and silenced that voice. I would not run from the truth. Please. That was all I could utter. Tasty-san stared into my eyes silently for a few moments. After he was certain I was ready, he began.
The victim of the incident in the first year was the overseer. A few weeks prior, he had an altercation with Mion Sonozaki-san. Multiple altercations.
Tasty-san had said before that Mion had defied the dam project vehemently. Well, it wasn't hard to imagine how she'd be if she got worked up.
In the second year, the married couple who supported the project died in that accident, right? Their daughter was with them at that time. Her name is Satoko Hojo-san.
Huh? Satoko meaning... Satoko?
No, the other one.
No, the other Satoko. Oh, no, I almost said Oishi. That's not right. Tasty-san's look told me that my voice was too loud. I realized it as well and quickly quieted down.
The Shinto priest and his wife who died in the third year, you see? Their daughter is Rika Furude-san.
Rika-chan was...
The housewife who died in the fourth year, you know already, don't you? It was the step-aunt of Satoko Hojo-san. She was in her aunt and uncle's custody, as she had lost both of her parents in the accident. She lived in the victim's house.
I could tell my lips were getting dry. I didn't even have the wits to keep my mouth from hanging agape. I had thought it was nothing but a bizarre incident, one that I could easily distance myself from. But clicking and clacking, it had snuck all the way to my feet.
The one who disappeared the fourth year, by the way, he was Satoko-san's older brother.
Oh shit, Satoshi?
Yes.
Wait just a second. It took everything I had to finally say that. I gulped down a glass of water and once again wiped my face with a napkin. Calm down, Keiji Maibara. But Tasty-san was relentless. Instead of waiting for me to finish sorting out my feelings, he started speaking again. The last of the things I shouldn't have heard.
All of the victims seem to be connected to your group of friends.
It has to be just a coincidence.
Mayabara-san, keep it down. Everyone's looking.
Mion? Satoko? Rika-chan? So what if they're connected? You're telling me all of my friends? It couldn't be. It just couldn't be. Oh, Rena is different, isn't she? Rena isn't connected with the victims at all.
Rena Ryugu-san was living in a suburb of Ibaraki Prefecture up until last year. How did I perfectly read the fucking Japanese but then mess up on the English? Well,
It happens.
it's true she hadn't directly met any of the victims.
He said it in a roundabout way. Is he saying she's also connected?
Actually, I looked into her. I looked into her. Before Ryugu-san moved away to Hinamizawa, she was suspended from school. It seems she went through her school building and broke all of the windows.
Rena did that? She broke all the windows at her school? That same spacey Rena had... I couldn't even imagine it.
It seems that after her 3-day suspension, she didn't return to school. She went to a neurologist and was diagnosed with dysautonomia. I can read. She was given weeks of counseling and medication.
What is dysautonomia? Hang on, I want to look that up.
Let's do a bit of Googling. Maybe it's blue in there.
Disorder of autonomic nervous system function. ANS is in charge of involuntary functions, things that happen without thinking. Oh. Usually involves failure of the sympathetic and parasympathetic parts. Okay. Abnormally fast or slow heart rate, anxiety, excessive sweating or not being able to sweat, fatigue, feeling of short breath, feeling thirsty all the time, having trouble swallowing, headaches. There's a lot of symptoms of this. Interesting. Interesting. Fascinating. Anyway. We already read this. Okay. I wonder if it was something like a nervous breakdown. I'd heard that it happens to people who are really methodical or overly sensitive. Neither of those matched Rena's easygoing personality.
And in the counselor's medical report, he recorded all the conversations he had with Rena-san. It shows up. And quite a bit at that.
What did? I pressed forward carelessly. There couldn't be anything more for me to regret.
He mentioned the word Oyashiro-sama.
Oh, it felt like
Technically 2 words, but...
It felt like someone's stone-cold hand was caressing my back. Why? Why had Rena spoken of Oyashiro-sama before she came to Hinamizawa?
Seems that the Oyashiro-sama she spoke of was like a ghost, appearing in her house every night. Standing over her pillow, looking down at her.
My mind froze. I couldn't process what I was being told.
A while after that, she moved to Hinamizawa. Ah, that's right. She's not an outsider.
Huh?
According to their residency register, the Ryugu family used to reside in Hinamizawa. They moved to Ibaraki just as Rena-san entered elementary school.
My mind went completely blank. It was similar to the static you'd see on a blank TV channel. My ears began ringing as I lost all sense of comprehension.
Mayabara-san, are you alright? Shall we stop?
Those words brought me back. I couldn't let it end here. Now I know about Rena. Then, how about the last victim, Tomitake-san? Who was he connected with? Irritated, I let out one final reprisal.
All of them. Have you forgotten, Mayabara-san? Didn't you all spend the night of the festival together quite merrily? Quite a few of the officers saw you enjoying yourselves.
Now there was nothing I could respond with. I fell silent as my brain turned to mush.
I took a big bite of my halloumi fries or whatever the fuck we was eating.
Oh, shit. Hang on.
We should get going.
I'm gonna drink some of my coffee then.
Mayabara-san, did you take your afternoon medicine?
No. Hang on. Thanks for the soup. That's what Keiichi's eating. Anyway, I had completely forgotten about the medicine I had gotten today until Tasty-san said that. I got another glass of water, and we left the shop after I chugged it down. Also, hey, Axo. We got in the car and returned. An apple, hello. I need to be nicer to my chat. Anyway, we got in the car and returned to Hinamizawa via the rough road. Never really paid attention when I was on my bike, but did cars normally shake this much? It's almost as if the road was desperately trying to tell me something. Ba-dump. The big jolt was from the difference in elevation of the road when it changed from cement to dirt. I was certain that I heard Tomitake-san scream. I sat in silence, just letting myself be shaken by the car.
I'll drop you off at your house. You missed school because you were ill, correct? My apologies for the long conversation, and also dragging you to a maid cafe.
Why did you drag me to a maid cafe? Why did you talk to me?
Women hot.
Women! I blurted out the question. Really just blurted it out. I didn't expect an answer.
I did check with you first, didn't I? If we should just stop.
Not that. Why did you reach out to me? I understood quite well that Tasty-san was investigating the string of suspicious incidents, but why was he telling me all this? I knew nothing, and I couldn't help. Everything Tasty-san spoke of was news to me. First of all, what could I, having just moved here, possibly know? By chance, if there was a reason for Tasty-san to reach out to me, then it would have to be That I was part of my own circle of friends who looked suspicious to Tasty-san. Oh.
I'm retiring this year. I plan on moving away after retiring as my mother wants. So while I'm still on the case, I want to bring the truth behind this incident to light.
So, Tasty-san, you suspect them, don't you? All of them. Tasty-san didn't really give a response. Felt a little late, but I thought it was his way of showing a bit of consideration for my feelings.
This is mostly my intuition from 30 years on this job. Mayabara-san, you're the one in danger.
Yeah, no shit. Huh? I wanted to reply with, that's absurd, but in my downtrodden state, I couldn't bring myself to say it.
I'll be retiring this year, so I won't be at the Watanagashi next year. So I want to settle things.
In other words, he was insinuating that on the next Watanagashi, I might be the victim.
I've been warned by the chief as well. Each incident in the string of cases has been solved, so don't bring it up again, or so I was told. This is the pressure that I'm facing.
Pressure? From what?
Someone in Hinamizawa. We've arrived. Is this fine?
After some time, the car finally reached the path to my house. The clock read 2 p.m. I was surprised so little time had passed since we ate. It was hot outside the car. The chirping of the Higurashi hurt my ears.
I won't mind if you just forgot everything I told you today. But I'm still going to keep investigating. I'll end Oyashiro-sama's curse this year.
So you're saying I should contact you if anything happens?
Never call my phone. I don't want to hear it.
Oh,
It's
okay.
fine. Contact me when you feel you have to, Mayabara-san.
I wasn't collected enough to understand Tasty-san's roundabout way of saying it.
Be sure to take it easy. I'm sorry for throwing all this at you while you're taking the day off because you're sick.
I didn't really give any sort of response.
I'll always be on your side. If anything, believe that. I'll be off now.
You're lying to me. You're lying to me. You're a cop. The tires crunched over the dirt road as the car made a U-turn and disappeared into a cloud of kicked-up dust. It felt like I was watching a boat only throw... Oh, wait. It felt like I was watching a boat only throw me a lifesaver in shark-infested waters before disappearing into the distance. That's a good analogy. That was the first time I thought Tasty-san was being unfair, telling me I was going to be the next victim, and just saying to contact him if something happened. This wasn't a criminal investigation. He was fishing. And I was just the bait dangling off the line. Would the fish be the perpetrator, or was it really just Oyashiro-sama's curse? Either way, the bait would be swallowed whole. Damn it. I don't want to die.
Racy Gal 7 says, I wish a cop would take me to a Hooters and gawk at women with me. Do you?
No.
Is that what you want out of your life?
Is that really what you want?
To go objectify women with a cop?
Let's go objectify women with Officer Tasty. Yippee!
That sounds like the worst. Are you kidding?
For
That's
some...
the worst thing you could possibly do.
Oh, my chest hurts from laughing. For some time, I could do nothing but stare at the puddle of water left behind by the AC from the car.
I feel judged. Good. You are. We love everyone in chat equally except people who love cops.
For the record, Gracie, I know you are 100% kidding, and if you aren't, what the fuck? Okay.
Reamer isn't bullying you. This is all me.
No, Cal has no fear and will bully everybody in chat. Everyone.
I have no fear because I have nothing to lose.
You
This isn't my stream.
Wonder how much time had passed since I laid down. It was getting dark outside. My body was soaked in sweat. It would probably be a good idea to change my sheets. At that moment, the phone downstairs rang.
That was such a real sound effect. It actually made me jump.
Oh, it was probably
I haven't
Mom.
heard a phone ring like that in years.
God, Mom was quite the worrywart. Maybe she had called many times, but I just didn't notice it. I was sleeping. Hello, this is Maybata residence. Oh, he's alive! Hello, this is Mion. How you doing? Is this one of Keiichi's friends? Keiichi is resting now, but shall I put him on?
This is
Huh?
no cop stream.
This is a no-cop stream, yeah. Is this his dad? Sorry. Idiot. You fell for it. Huh? K-chan! Okay, I was gonna go longer than that, but I decided it was
Don't
not
do
funny.
that to yourself. 24-hour stream.
No, I'm fine. After our exchange, we both had a good laugh together. Except I was suspicious of her. Except I was suspicious of her even as we were laughing. Was everybody really involved in the incidents? The fact that I couldn't say no saddened me. I'm relieved that you seem well. Rena was really worried, you know? Satoko-chan was happy and said you got what you deserved. Rika-chan said, how unfortunate he's sick. Heh, looks like everyone was making a big deal out of it. Well, you know, so Kei-chan. Is now a bad time to come pay you a visit? A visit? No, it's okay. It's not like I'm dying. My grandma made a ton of mochi, you see. I was told to share them, so I'll bring you some. Hey now, you'll catch my cold. Not to worry, both Rena and I are too stupid to catch a cold. See you! Be
What
there
does
in a
that
bit.
mean?
What does that fucking mean? She hung up cheerfully. Rena's coming too? Oh god, that's what it sounded like. I was still concerned about meeting Rena, but I guess if she was with Mion... And you're not concerned about Mion, who is like 8 years old and getting into altercations with...
With damn constructors,
God.
like grown-ass men.
I heard the doorbell 10 minutes later. 10 times. Wow.
Hey, girlies.
Oh, she brought her gun.
Great.
How are you feeling? Did you take your medicine and rest? I did just that. Oh, Rena time.
Oh goodness, you look well. I was worried.
Sorry, I'll be fine by tomorrow. Mion showed a complete lack of concern for someone who's recovering, and Rena looked like she was worried about me from the bottom of her heart. It didn't look like there was anything behind those expressions. I thought we might hang out for a bit, but it looks like you're not quite in the condition for it. You don't say? It seemed my face appeared a bit sullen.
Enemy is coming over. Bonkers.
My apologies. Then here, Keiichi-kun. These are the mochi Michan's grandma made.
Renamon.
That sounds real good, though.
Renamon. I didn't even
Homemade
think...
grandma mochi. Yum.
I want homemade mochi. Rena held out the package wrapped in newspaper. There might be about 5 in here. It was quite hefty. Ah, thanks. Send my regards to your grandma, Mion.
There's one I made in there as well. I wonder if Keiichi-kun can guess which one.
This is Kei-chan's homework since he missed the club meeting today. There are letters on each mochi, so I'll ask tomorrow. Were you checking if I was feeling better, or did you just come here for club activities? Yep, looking fine. Guess you'll be able to make it tomorrow. Man, what are you going to do if my fever comes back because of your shenanigans?
Michan, we shouldn't be making such a racket. Let's go. The other people here will get angry. And Proxy is playing Dorf Romantic.
I feel like I should shout out Proxy, because Proxy is actually streaming right now.
Shout out to Proxy, man.
Shouts out to Proxy. Both of them thought my parents were home. It was because the entranceway was a mess. You're right, let's get going. Ah, by the way, Kei-chan. Yeah? Uh-oh. Uh-oh! No! No, don't do that! Don't do that! What did you eat for lunch? The sudden question startled me, and I went wide-eyed when I saw Mion. I had never seen her like that. It was a highly unsettling visage. Or visage. Well, however you say that. But why? Is she asking me about what I ate for lunch? What she said was so inane, it was almost meaningless. You went to eat lunch with Tasty-san. The way she said it, it was almost like she didn't even care at all about what I ate. I ate out. She must have suspected that I was with Tasty-san. Anyway, felt that if I hesitated or tried to change the subject, then they'd read too deep into it, so I tried answering as quickly as possible, except contrary to the efforts I had made. There was a pause before they replied. Uh-oh, now she's all fucked up.
So you ate out for lunch, Keiichi-kun?
The glimmer from Rena's eyes had changed at some point as well. It was now sharp, as if it made me feel the feigned ignorance behind her words even more, as if she already knew. That's how it looked to me. Well, was it good? Why are you asking me this? Mion was speaking in an unusually low tone, almost as if she knew that I had eaten at the restaurant in town. No, I'm overthinking this. I mean, both of them should have been in school at lunchtime. There was no way they could have known where I was. It seems you were with a rather austere-looking older guy. Who was he? Flop. The package with the mochi I was holding slipped out of my hands. I could tell the blood had drained from my face, making me go pale.
Oh? Keiichi-kun, who was he? Could it be the person from before, I wonder?
I could feel the back of my throat going dry. This was no longer a bluff. They knew everything. How do you know that? It took everything I had to finally force those words from my throat. My knees were shaking. Because there's nothing this old man doesn't know. Mion sneered knowingly, and her laugh seemed to carry on forever. So, Kei-chan, what did you talk about? It seems like you got pretty worked up over it, too. Oh, we weren't talking about you guys. That's not suspicious, Keiichi. It didn't have anything to do with you or Rena.
Isn't it a bit strange to hear our names come up even though nobody asked about that?
Rena's unwavering gaze pierced through my eyes and peered further inside me. I dug my own grave. My heart was throbbing so much it felt like it was going to explode. Well, whatever you're trying to hide, this old man already sees through it all. Remember that. I couldn't even shake my head. It took everything I had to stop my teeth from chattering. She never let her gaze break from mine, even as she tilted her head slightly.
Keiichi-kun, you don't look so good. I think you should lie down.
That's true. We should both head back home.
And we enjoy the mochi, bye!
As if nothing had happened, they both giggled at each other and started making their way out.
And started making out, no, I'm kidding.
I hadn't moved a muffle. I hadn't moved a muscle since I had dropped the package of mochi. As they left, the door slowly closed behind them. All I could do was stare, as if I couldn't move until the door was completely closed. Just as the door was just about closed, it opened again slightly with a sudden creak, sending my heart racing once again. Oh! A single eye peered in through that narrow slit, and Mion's hawkish gaze peered at me once again. See you, Kei-chan. Yeah. I'd hate it if you missed school tomorrow. Alright. Thud. The door closed. I wasn't able to move a muscle even after their low laughter died off into the distance and silence once again enveloped the room. Coming back to my senses, the first thing I did was lock the door. Good. They knew what Tasty-san and I talked about? Why? How? No, that wasn't important. Thinking about it now, all of it could have been overheard from the beginning when Tasty-san met me. Just as Mion said, I couldn't hide anything. Then what were they trying to tell me? That part was obvious. They were warning me They were warning me not to say anything unnecessary. What did they deem unnecessary? I only talked with Tasty-san about one thing. They were warning me that was unnecessary. What was it that Tasty-san talked to me about? The incidents involving Oyashiro-sama's curse that occurred every year weren't individual cases, but were connected as a whole, as well as the fact that there may be multiple perpetrators hidden within Hinamizawa. No, more precisely, that Mion, Rena, Satoko, and Rika-chan were all suspicious. Is that what they were warning me against? What kind of nonsense am I thinking about? I hit my own face hard enough that it let out a loud slap. If only that would wake me from this nightmare, but for some reason it felt like I was punching a blanket. It was almost laughably painless. Calm down, Keiichi Maibara. When did I become such a pessimist? Calm down. Calm down. Settle down and sort things out. The reason Mion knew I was eating lunch with Tasty-san was probably because somebody from Hinamizawa just happened to be there at the time. They must have told Mion that I was there. That made the most sense. Plus, come to think of it, she didn't ask me where I ate lunch, did she? She only asked, was it good? They were just curious since I was together with someone not from Hinamizawa. It's not as if they had any ulterior motives. That's it. That has to be it. You're in denial, boy. Thinking about it that way, it was the same with Rena. I was just being strangely ambiguous about when I met with Tasty-san, and Rena was just correcting me on that. That's when I was bewildered by the change in character from the usual mild-mannered Rena, and was just startled by it. That's the most natural way of thinking about it. Felt like my mind was mixed up with a tangled mess of spaghetti. Deep red marinara sauce would have poured out of my nose and ears if you squeezed my head. Thinking that, I suddenly felt like vomiting. I really didn't want that to happen, so I stopped holding my head. Lately, I had no idea what anyone was saying. Spending time with them was fun. It didn't feel like there was any sort of hidden agenda. I really do think that they're a good bunch of people. You are in denial, son. When I just moved here and couldn't make heads or tails of everything, they were really kind to me. Rena was really kind and always looked after me. As long as that strange affliction didn't rear its ugly head, she was really pretty cute. Mion is also a really good person. She didn't care about anyone's age or gender and was optimistic and outgoing. I was never bored when I was with her.
Whoa, she's bisexual. I didn't know that.
Whoa! And talking of not getting bored, rambunctious Satoko was a good person for that too. She was pretty bratty, but that was just the way she interacted with others.
Yeah, I loved it when she put, like, tack pins in the door handle.
Yeah, what a good friend. Rika-chan was the same way. She didn't speak often, but that didn't mean she was always silent. They're my friends. But after hearing of the better untold secrets of Hinamizawa from Tasty-san and Tomitake-san, when I was told about Oyashiro-sama's curse, things started going crazy. Then hearing from fucking Tasty-san that Mion, Rena, Satoko, and Rika-chan were all suspicious. After that, everyone changed. That's right. It all started getting weird after Tasty-san told me all that strange stuff. At that time, I really should have just not listened to those weird stories. I shouldn't have even have asked Tomitake-san about the past incidents on the night of the Watanagashi. If I just hadn't gotten that strange sense of curiosity, if I just hadn't... That's right. So that's why they fucked Tomitake-san.
I was gonna say fucked too.
We're calling him Tasty-san, Tazara, because it's too close to Oishi.
Bisexual pride, bisexual pride, bisexual pride, bisexual pride, bisexual pride.
Thank you,
To defend
Moonpie.
Sadako. Children her age be biting their friends like animals. That is true.
You know, that's fair. That's fair. They fucked
But also,
that
no one's saying they fucked that old man. He's not even old. He's like 27.
I broke my model. I was laughing too hard. They fucked that old man.
I wish that's what happened to him. Good
Why
for
did they
him.
block it out? They killed him. What are they trying to say? Fucked? Killed? Married?
They're trying to make sure that they didn't get banned on TikTok.
I guess. They unalived that old man. Anyway. The impudent outsider speaking to the likes of me after everybody went out of their way to keep it a secret from me. They'll probably fuck Tasty-san as well. But trying to unearth what everybody was warning me was better left buried. Besides that, he was unforgivable for spewing words that made me doubt the others. Of course, a guy like that is going to be fucked. What?
I'm gonna puke.
I'm sorry. But Tomitake-san and Tasty-san were nothing but outsiders after all. They were entities who couldn't exist with the people of Hinamizawa. Those guys should just fall to Oyashiro-sama's curse and just fuck. Don't throw up. No. I'm crying. Oh, I need to drink some coffee.
Oh, Miyakisha, you had no idea how funny that'd look in 2023.
I'm gonna pee my pants.
Juice that old man.
It wasn't their fault. They just had to. They had no choice. It was fuck or be fucked out there.
Coffee almost came out of my nose. Oh god, Heart of Ink made Moonpies say they juiced that old man, and I
Oh
can't.
god.
It wasn't their fault. It was my fault for not being able to hold back my curiosity. It wasn't their fault. 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 Yeah, it was. I settled into a daze. It was a lethargic feeling, like I had just gotten up, but the ominous chill that haunted me had subsided. I was fine now. No, you're not. I was no longer frightened. I had completely recovered. I'll go to school tomorrow, right as rain. I'll greet everyone. I'll take part in club activities. It'll definitely be fun. It had to be fun.
These are things said by someone who's fine.
I was one of them, after all. That reminds me. I need to eat those mochi. No, you don't! Boy! I hope I'm able to tell which one Rena made. Remember the homework the two brought with them when they visited me. But wow, our club did delivery. That was something else. I picked up the package I dropped on the floor and headed into the living room.
Floor mochi. Delicious.
No! It would be nice, I guess, to have some tea with it, to fill my mouth with mochi while drinking tea. Oh, this was quite a delectable situation I was in. Opening up the newspaper wrapping, there were 5 plump red bean paste mochi. Oh, fit snugly inside. Snugly.
Yum.
There were letters written from left to right on the newspaper. A, B, C, D, E. Oh, this is fucked up. Now then, they said Rena made one of these. I wonder which one. There wasn't much a difference in how they looked. They smelled and appeared about the same. This was a pretty difficult problem. The biggest difference was probably their shape. I wasn't sure what kind of person Mion's grandma was, but Rena's had to be different from hers. Looking carefully, I could see one mochi that was made very neatly. So well that just by staring at it, one could tell it stood out. Looks like this challenge depends on whether or not this one's Rena's. Calm down and think even harder. Mion had said her grandma made a ton of them and was told to give some out, if I remember correctly. So that meant 4 of these were from that large batch. Then what about Rena? She probably only made 1. So she probably spent quite a bit of time on it. Meaning, the one Rena had made was this one, E. For a moment I thought it may have been a trap Mion laid, as she knew I'd pick up on it, but that probably wasn't the case. I wouldn't be so sure if I knew Mion had made it, but since she and Rena made it, it probably wasn't a trap. It is a trap! You fucking idiot!
This kitchen looks like it's covered in spaghetti sauce. It does a little bit. This is not a very clean kitchen that we're looking at right here.
Yeah. Alright.
Damn bitch, you live like this?
Damn, Keiichi, you live like this? It's probably Ryokishi's kitchen. We gotta be like, Ryokishi, are you okay? Clean your kitchen, goddamn. My tea is ready too. I'll start with the defending champ, Mion's grandma. Let's see. Keiichi, you dumb... He's so fucking dumb. Not bad. Smooth bean paste and soft, chewy texture left little to be desired.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we're in the other world. I forgot. My whole layout is bloody because of the stream yesterday. The tea I drink afterwards also accentuated the experience. This was an exquisite piece of work. Wow. Now, how about Rena's? The creation was so delicate, one would think it was a high-class Japanese dessert. Since I normally had quite the appetite, I was slightly worried about the size of the portion. But, well, first a bite, and then you died. This was quite a difficult one to judge, actually. The ingredients were exactly the same, so there was a little difference in flavor. What was different was how it was shaped at the end, so it was to be expected. So the deciding factors would be presentation and volume. The well-formed and well-sized champion versus Rena the challenger with a size you just couldn't get enough of. I'd only had 1 bite of Rena's. I would probably have to wait until after I was done eating to make my decision. Maybe there was something hidden inside that could cause an upset. Yes, that's what's happening, Keiichi, you dumb. It seems my prediction was right. My tongue touched something. It didn't feel like something edible, so I reached in with my fingers and grabbed it. Oh no. Oh no. What? What was this? What is it? Before I could fully comprehend what it was, I threw away the rest of the mochi I was eating as fast as I could. Oh god, what is it? It slammed against the wall, causing the bean jam to splatter. Then after sticking for a moment, it slid down to the floor. I was dumbstruck by my own actions. What was I doing? Rena had gone out of her way to make it for me. How could I? Dumbstruck, I looked down at the hand that performed such a vile act. Then I remembered what I had taken out of my mouth. At first I thought it was a hair. Even though it was shorter than Mion's, Rena's hair was still quite long, and it wasn't this short. It was also a bit too hard to be hair. It was thick enough to roll around on my tongue. There was a bit of a metallic sheen on one end, and yes, there was a hole for where a thread goes through, like it was a sewing needle. Oh fuck, yes, that's right. It looked very much like a sewing needle, exactly like one. The end was pointed as well, quite sharply. It really did look like, just like a sewing needle, huh? What did I mean by looked very much like a sewing needle just a bit ago? I couldn't answer, but a voice inside me already knew and let me know by chattering my molars together. I couldn't stave off the terror welling up inside me. Suddenly, I tasted something metallic and felt a prickling pain at the back of my throat. I stuck my finger in the back of my mouth and felt all around to see if I was bleeding. Ugh. Suddenly, I felt the urge to vomit. The sharp taste of bile irritated the back of my throat. I clasped both hands over my mouth, and after writhing in agony, I was somehow able to hold back the nausea. I was finally able to breathe normally again, but this time, my heart was throbbing intensely. And it finally registered exactly what was mixed in with the mochi. Before I could think of the correct word, my hands were already on the move. Splat, plop, splort, tossed the rest of the mochi against the wall. Throw up! Geometrical patterns of the scattered bean jam on the wall suddenly invoked a terrible omen in my mind. After looking away, I dashed out to the hall and flew upstairs to my room, where I stayed under my covers until morning. I clutched my own shoulders, howling madly in a mix of fear, anger, sadness, and frustration. This wasn't a threat or warning or reminder, nothing as simple as that. What had happened in Hinamizawa? What is happening in Hinamizawa? What would happen? I didn't know the answer to any of those questions. Where did I break a taboo? Regardless, now Rena and Mion, and the others, they considered me an enemy. And they thought, I should just die. I won't let you kill me. Not for such a pointless reason. I fell into a restless sleep as I was crushed by my negative emotions. It was as if I was being drawn into a billowing, bottomless swamp.
Please don't go into the swamp.
Don't go into the swamp, Keiichi.
Well, everyone, hope you're not looking forward to dinner.
I was
And I
pretty
hope you're
hungry.
not having mochi.
I was pretty hungry. A drug that makes you kill yourself. So what was it? Was it just a fucking needle? That she hid?
It was a sewing needle, yes.
She just put a ooh. Okay.
And if he'd have swallowed that, that's not good.
Ooh. Okay. Okay, we got new tips, and I'm guessing they're both. Oh.
Enjoy, Aries. I hope there's no needles in it.
Yeah, duh, fuck that. Ugh. Oh, tasty.
Let's cut to the chase. Is there a drug that causes someone to kill themselves?
Probably. Not directly, no.
That's quite a roundabout response. You mean that there's one that does it indirectly?
It's possible to induce a suicidal mental state, is what I mean. Oh, yeah.
That's hard to say. What would a suicidal mental state be?
Like a person with a serious bipolar disorder. It's believed that people are most likely to attempt suicide when swinging from depression to mania. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Clinical depression and bipolar disorder are different. Oh, bipolar disorder can cause depression. Clinical depression indicates a prolonged state of depression, whereas bipolar disorder is characterized by a passive depressed state accompanied by a very active manic state.
I will say to both you and everyone in the chat, anything that this game says or claims about mental illness was correct as per the research at the time.
Yeah, and this game is from 2002, so. Yeah. And also, Ryukishi was, like, not a... Wait. What was Ryukishi's, like, job? It was, like, child service protection, right?
Yeah, he was part of, like, Japanese CPS.
Okay. Got it. Okay, so that would make shit like this, like, super accurate for the time. Okay.
Yes.
Individuals with clinical depression suffer from low self-esteem and are quite pessimistic, but rarely commit suicide. They don't have the willpower to commit suicide. Nor does mania on its own lead to suicide. That has an opposite effect, filling the person with confidence and making them feel as though they're walking on air. Oh yeah, that's super accurate. Thus they do not commit suicide.
That's interesting. Neither state causes suicide, but when the condition changes, they might do so.
There's a desire to commit suicide when in a state of depression, but they do not have the willpower to commit such a formidable act. But when they enter mania, they gain a burst of willpower and their body moves as they desire.
Is that true, Jizut? I wasn't aware that he was still working like that as of Arc 3.
That's wild.
I see. So it means they gain the willpower to commit suicide.
That's how it goes. That's why patients are given sedatives during that time to keep them from acting on their impulses.
Then was Tomatake bipolar?
People who suffer from bipolar disorder generally commit suicide by more civilized means, like, say, hanging or jumping off a building. Self-harm self-harm as though going through withdrawal is completely different.
Tomitake's death wasn't civilized. Not entirely sure how I feel about the usage of that word in this context.
Yeah, it's probably like an inaccurate translation, but whatever.
Maybe, or maybe just like a character trait. I'm not saying I'm angry at Miyakishi. Just
Yeah.
What a horrible way to phrase it.
Yeah.
So one would think it was caused by some foreign substance. As I said from the start, tell me of a drug that causes someone to commit suicide.
There are reports that methamphetamine overdoses produce a condition that resembles bipolar disorder. It's a stimulant. Barbiturate overdoses are also reported to cause erratic behavior. That's a sleep aid.
There were no signs of
Oh.
Sorry, hang on, I had to mute my mic for a second.
Yeah, you
There
go.
were no
You
signs
kill
of
yourself,
stimulant.
but it can
Are
make
there
you
any
lost
other
your shit.
possibilities?
And when you lost your shit, you can die yourself.
Sorry, the way Moonpie read that last line was pretty funny. All I can think of is that it's some sort of illness, something like Graves' disease, which affects the thyroid and is known to cause symptoms that resemble bipolar disorder. I actually don't know much about Graves' disease. That's interesting. But Graves'
I also don't.
disease has many characteristic symptoms of its own. The disease exhibited none of them.
I wonder, if there's something that could happen more spontaneously. Something that fits this case and would cause someone to want to commit suicide all of a sudden.
Are you familiar with organic mental disorders? In short, it's a condition where the brain is out of whack due to physical injury or illness. It can be caused by drugs, but it can also be caused by physical trauma, encephalitis, a stroke, or even tumors.
Basically, even without a drug, one can succumb to an irregular mental state.
The diseased was surrounded after being chased, and his life was in danger, right?
Deceased, by the way.
Oh, my bad.
It's cool.
I read that completely wrong. All that stress could have messed with his brain chemistry. He could have hit his head, and those factors combined might have caused him to mutilate himself. It's a possibility.
Oh god, Jizut, please don't remind me of that. Ugh. Like, you're right, but ugh.
Woo! Okay, I had to read it myself.
Could you explain it to me in simpler terms? I'm just a cop, I'm stupid.
I'm stupid. Basically, he knocked his noggin in the brawl, and that made him go haywire. Sorry. Let's
really
laugh
funny.
together. Oh, God.
Guess this means the assailants didn't have any intent to kill. They smacked him hoping to nick some change, and just happened to hit a bad place.
The two plump men laughed hoarsely.
It's so funny that someone died horribly. But of course, it's not like that.
Undoubtedly. Whether it was habitual drug use or something mental, the deceased's background holds the key. How's your investigation going?
My goodness, look at the time. I need to get back soon, or Kuma-chan will get angry with me.
Yeah, good luck. Best wishes.
Best wishes.
Best wishes.
Threat.
Threat.
Fear. Dread.
You again.
Hey, it's me, Officer Oishi-san. Did you know that this is what your brain looks like on drugs? Those guys just now.
Kumagai. They had national diet badges.
Then it's Prefectural Assembly Member Sonozaki and City Councilor Sonozaki.
That's interesting. The prefectural assembly member and city councilor are related.
It's dirty is what it is. Shouting out each other's name during elections.
Like, shout out to Proxy, by the way.
That's a member of our national diet.
God.
Well, one is up for election. The other one holds an assembly, and they double up their campaign activities. Blatantly.
I don't know much about this stuff, but isn't that against the rules of the election?
As long as they have no prior consultation, there are no restrictions on their political activities. Kuma-chan, the second investigation division is going to be pretty tough for you. You should at least brush up on election laws.
I'm not cut out to handle intellectual crime because I'm dumb. I'm dumb.
Funny.
There was prefectural assembly member Sonozaki and city councilor Sonozaki. Also
Hey,
the
Heart of
mayor.
Ink, you should say something else.
Stop. That made me laugh though. Also the mayor of Hinamizawa. So they're all influenced by the Sonozaki family. What crap. Which one was Sonozaki? Is that Mion? That was Mion.
Yeah, that's Mion.
Looks like they were seen off by the deputy chief and the department chief. It came to me. It came to me.
Oishi came.
Oh. That night, when the department chief invited me along to get some Oden, I thought that was it. Oh,
A street.
a street. Takasugi? Who's Takasugi? You have a lot of connections, so you might have heard something. Have you?
Nope, not a thing.
Ma'am, I'll take a tofu fritter and fish cake. The counselor stormed in on the police chief in a rage.
Oh my, is that so? Ma'am, I'll take another bowl.
Prefectural Assembly member Sonozaki and City Councilor Sonozaki were both intimidating. Our snot-nosed career police chief couldn't handle being yelled at by them. They're like Yakuza. A petition with your name came out regarding how the investigation of the Hinamizawa incident is being handled.
Hey, Drunken Opossum, you should also say something else.
I saw that message immediately and I knew you were going to say something.
Also, the worst one here is my fucking fabric stretching, wind flapping, gravity welling sex mounds. That one's the worst.
I'm sorry. I have a terrible sense of humor.
No, it's fine. I also find it funny. Just
Anyway, let's keep going.
Goodness me. Goodness me.
not the faintest.
No need to play dumb. You're reopening the past cases regarding Hinamizawa, aren't you?
Hi, Commuter.
I've already got my hands full with Tomatake's death.
Really? I hope so for your sake. There was a period of silence. While we were silent, we made headway on our food and drink.
Oh, Eris, I didn't say that. I never tell people to shut their damn mouths. Not in those words, at least.
Ooh, that was quite the feast. This month has been a bunch of losses for me, so my wallet was feeling the pinch. Much appreciated.
Nah, it's nothing. Tell me a good horse again. I'll bet on the same one as you.
I haven't been doing well there lately. I haven't been able to read the horses at all. Taxi.
I'm going by train. The department chief is taking a taxi. I have my own car, but it'd be rash to drive it home. Can't blow it right before retirement with a DUI. Even though he could still rattle off. It looked like... Stop! Stop, Mer!
This is not a PvP-enabled zone. You can't do this.
Didn't know I needed to hear that in Applejack's voice. Oh, even though he could still rattle off, it looked like his legs were already jelly. Pushing him into the cab, I gave the driver the department chief's address.
See you again tomorrow. Best wishes.
Tasty-san.
Yeah.
The past incidents have all been closed. Stop lumping them all together. Those villagers half believe it's really a curse.
Well, I'm not convinced.
You're going to be retiring next year, aren't you? Weren't you going to pay off your mortgage with your severance pay and move up to Hokkaido with your mom?
Mother pines to return to her birthplace. It's the least I can do. And the severance, well, I'll enjoy it at the entertainment district.
Fucking lech. The chief said he may have to reconsider issuing your special retirement salary raise. Public servants' severance payment is calculated based on their monthly salary when they retire, so a special promotion of 2 pay grades is given before retirement. This tops up the employee's severance payment. That tends to be how it's done around here. Of course, it's not exactly a commendable custom. Incidentally, the difference that 2 pay grades makes to the payout is quite significant.
I'd expect no less of our egghead chief. Quite the model veiled threat. But, well, considering how our pay comes from the public's hard-earned taxes, it's the way of the times, I suppose.
It certainly wasn't a laughing matter, but I'll laugh through it anyway. I don't think it's such a model response, but given how hard you've worked, it's not at all odd for you to take home such a good package. Personally, I'd like you to get it.
If I can get it, well, of course I'd want it.
You'll get it, as long as you're an adult about this.
Sorry for holding you up here, driver. Thank you very much.
I closed the door roughly, interrupting the department chief's conversation a bit rudely. It looked like he still had something to say, but he just smiled wryly and waved. I waved in return. The cab sped up gradually and soon disappeared among the sea of lights. How'd you get out of the car?
Oh, man. I wonder if I'll be able to repay that loan.
Can we... The idea that the fucking Officer Tasty's tits might become a meme in my chat is terrifying me.
Petrifying.
It's absolutely petrifying. Did you need to take a break or anything, Cal, or are you good to keep going?
I would like to take a break to freshen up a little bit.
All right. I'm down with that. I need to use the bathroom. So if we want to go over here. Oh, I still have my little Kenosha Theater slideshow. That's fine. I'll keep it up there. I like it. I like it for now. So BRB, everybody.
Yep.
BRB. I'm gonna play some music.
Bye.
Sorry, I cut you off. What do you mean we haven't even seen Oishi's sluttiest sprite yet? Why are y'all always so thirsty for the weirdest characters? Also, I'm back. I don't know if you are. Hey.
Hey.
So I take it you saw the Oishi's sluttiest sprite comment.
Yeah. I saw it.
We'll get there, I guess. Alright.
We will. It's not even wrong.
Oh, suffering. Suffering. Oh. Tomitake is dead already, so there's only Oishi you left. Oh. Alright, let's continue.
Continue.
No, don't be thirsty for obscure characters. They're all in high school. But also don't be thirsty for them because it's obscure. Yay, suffering! Hey, Stealth Intel. Oh, did I skip something? Hang on. Oh no, it was just tap, tap, tap. Okay, that's fine. Alright. The sound of muffled footsteps stopped in front of the door into my room. Oh, fuck that. A moment of silence, as if whomever they belonged to was ascertaining if I was inside. Of all the things I should have been doing, I continued on with my restless slumber. I was very much conscious, but my body hadn't caught up yet, even with danger bearing down on me from just beyond the door. It was as if I was completely paralyzed, unable to move. Without a doubt, this was sheer terror. Please, just leave. Hey, why isn't my body awake yet? If they came into my room right now, then...
Oishi is not the main character now.
No. No, you came in while we were looking at the supplemental stuff. Keiichi, our guy here, is our main character. He's an idiot, and he is my son.
Eek!
That was the most anime noise I've ever made in my life. I need like an applause. Okay, anyway. I sprung to my feet and threw my covers at my mom, who was opening the door.
Whoa! Keiichi! What's the matter?
Sorry. I was still half asleep. I thought it was still 1 or 2 a.m., but the morning sun was already streaming through the gap between the curtains. It felt nothing like morning. Yesterday, I must have fallen asleep right after that. Then I should have gotten a full 10 hours of rest. But it didn't feel like that at all. My internal clock was completely screwed up, and my sense of balance felt off because I almost swallowed a fucking needle. It felt feverish enough that it was clear to me that I was still not well.
Well, Keiichi, how are you feeling? Can you make it to school?
No! Felt far from well enough. No, I wasn't mentally fit to go. I was still...
And Cat's playing Fallout 76.
Congratulations, Zari. I'm glad you're having fun with Fallout 76. I don't think any of these people will ever see this, but it's funny to me. I'm still plagued with the terror from yesterday. If I had swallowed that needle, what would have happened?
Pain.
Or what if it had pierced my tongue?
Pain.
Sick. Free tongue piercing. There was undoubtedly a murderous intent, but I don't think that's all it was. If they really wanted to kill me, then there were other, more certain ways to do it. They wouldn't resort to such a dubious method as having me swallow a needle. Meaning, I didn't want to believe it, but going that far was just a threat from Rena and Mion. Aren't you glad you didn't die? But next time we'll use a more assured method. Like that. Something like sending a letter with a razor inside would have been a joke compared to this.
Did you make it to the hospital? Did you take your medicine?
Yeah, kinda. Something about my mom's dubious gaze bothered me. She seemed more concerned about her son missing 2 days of school rather than him being sick.
Ain't that just the way with parents?
Ain't that just the way? Also, hey, Blaze. We're doing fine, even though we're facing the horrors, but that's how we usually do. Okay. It's definitely mental fatigue. I wasn't really physically ill.
It'll be hard for you to get back on track once your daily routine is thrown off. Come on, get up. They say wellness is a state of mind. It's not.
I just want to fill anybody in who's just joining us. Rena and Mion dropped off some mochi, and one of them had a needle hidden inside, and Keiichi almost swallowed it. So they were they were trying to murder.
The world's worst gachapon.
Mm-hmm. I'd heard that line many times before. I was given an award in elementary school for having perfect attendance, but it wasn't like I was healthier than everyone.
Come on, go wash your face. Breakfast is already ready. There isn't much time before Rena-chan comes and gets you.
Mom's tone meant I couldn't argue about it, so I had to give up on skipping a second day.
By the way, were you the one who got bean paste all over the living room wall, Keiichi? You shouldn't do something like that. Your father was quite angry.
I didn't feel particularly guilty for doing it, so I didn't have much of a reaction. Also, Mom didn't question me any further about it. That's nice. She headed back downstairs after she was certain I was getting up. What Mion said as she left yesterday, "I'd hate if you missed school tomorrow," came back and dwelled in the back of my head. What does she mean by that? It meant she was gonna fucking kill you if you didn't go to school. I didn't even have to really think about it. She was saying, "Don't be absent." Taking that a bit further, it was the same as her saying I should just go about living my life as if nothing happened. If I showed any signs of acting unusual, it would probably result in them making their move. If I act differently, someone like Tasty-san, for example, might end up noticing that something is up. Meaning, if I didn't watch my mouth or did anything differently from the norm, in effect, it would end up communicating something to those who were undesirable. And it seems that was something that the girls didn't intend to forgive. So, if I just went along as normal, no harm would come to me. Was that how it was going to be?
I almost fucking died. I don't give a fuck about school.
That's fair, Moonpie. All that misery I experienced up until yesterday would, almost creepily, just fade away. It was an enticing deal. Thank you, as always, for the kind message, Blaze. I always like to see that message. Just be...
Eat food without needles. Don't be a coward. Put some needles in there.
No! Good
Just
iron.
kidding.
Just kidding. Just...
Please don't actually put foreign objects in your food, in your mouth, in your guts.
Also-
Don't do that, please.
Also, Blaze, you saying have some ice cream makes me really want to have ice cream, especially as like a celebration for how good the fundraiser went yesterday. So thanks for reminding me of my...
I think you should have some ice cream.
of my yearning for ice cream. Thank you. Just by forgetting everything I'd seen or heard these last few days, I'd be able to keep living on like normal. There's no way such a selfish thing could... I swallowed hard, but I didn't swallow a needle, thank God. I once again deliberated on the idea that I had just rejected. Don't eat no! Mion.
Oh, the misery. Every single person is my enemy.
Oh my god, she said that so fucking good. Oh, the misery. Every single
Still
person. You guys
Or
making...
they're gonna hurt it.
You guys making my fucking cat say terrible things. It's so funny. Mion was probably a good person who had her friends at heart. No! She was giving me, who had mistakenly broken some rule of theirs, a chance. Was what I did really something so unforgivable? But Mion had given me another chance. She was saying if I just forgot everything, and kept living on like I had been, I'd be forgiven.
Keiichi, your food's going to get cold. Hurry up and get down here. Renan will be here if you don't hurry.
I'm coming! Crammed my textbooks into a bag and hastily made my way downstairs. Picked at my somewhat bland breakfast. It seemed that I didn't have much time. It was already past when I usually met up with Rena. Given yesterday's events, she'd probably be here in the next 5 minutes. I needed to be ready to head to school by then. I had to forget everything that had happened in the past 2 days. Boy, you need to get out!
These bitches evil.
Yeah,
and
if this were
crazy.
me,
Ain't no safe
I'd
place
have
for this
immediately gone to my mom like, hey,
So-
Fred, put fucking needles in some mochi that she gave me. I'd be fucking on the floor.
Yeah, but then he'd definitely be dead. But forget it all and return to my
But then if
normal
I were
life.
his mom, I'd be like, we're leaving now, immediately.
Then they'd all be dead. I
Yeah.
understand how, like, trapped he must feel, but also, to just be in denial and be like, yes, I'm gonna hang out with my friends and everything's gonna be normal, ha, yay! It's awful. For this to be normal, I'll have to be where I normally meet up with Rena. Today of all days, the rice was dry and hard to get down. Oh, I jumped at the sound and dropped my chopsticks. That chime signaled that Rena had arrived. Mom hurried me along.
Come on, Rena-chan's already here. Hurry, hurry!
My mother's merry smile and my gloomy face were polar opposites.
I hope this is not Tris Blood.
I love how she says Tris Blood. Honestly, I was reluctant to see Rena, who was waiting there on the other side of the door. The Rena on the other side. Was it the Rena I knew? I couldn't keep her waiting.
Hope this is not Chris's blood.
Thank you, Cal. I needed to do things as usual.
Morning!
An invigorating greeting filtered in from across the doorway.
I came since Keiichi-kun was a bit late. Will he be okay today? I wonder.
The manner in which Rena was concerned was, without a doubt, the Rena I knew. But that was probably only if I reciprocated. Forget everything from yesterday. Pretend as though nothing bad happened.
Kid, fucking run, don't look back, and don't ever think about these bitches again.
God. Making Moonpie say bitches so much. Forget about the gruesome dismemberment. Forget about the mysterious deaths that happened the following years. Forget about the people falling to their death and the terminal illness and suicide, the fatal beatings and the disappearances. Forget it. Forget all of it. Forget that Rena and Mion were scary. Of course. Forget it all. Forget about all of it. Forget about the mochi, too. Forget. Got those cartoon grippers. Oh yeah, we're playing with the original sprites. Ryukishi's art himself. Rena once again asked to make sure.
No!
No! Please!
Can you make it to school?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Oh, the misery. Everyone wants to
Great.
eat some pennies.
Then let's go. Mi-chan is waiting.
Yeah, there are like two different kinds of sprites. There are console sprites, and then there are, what are the other sprites? The Steam version?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, there's the Ryukishi sprites, the console sprites, which is the one that most people use, and then the Steam sprites.
Yeah, but I wanted the original
Go
experience.
to the rappy.
Plus therapy? That's how she said therapy. That's beautiful. And the CGs. We got the CGs turned on, which started with the console, I think.
Someone tries to kill you, you should try and kill them right back.
Yeah. Rena showed me her usual bright smile. I couldn't find any hint of deceit in her expression. My nervousness dissipated, giving way to relief. Don't let your guard down. Keiichi, my son. You dumb boy. Oh, that's you.
Sorry, I was fetching an image.
Oh, you're fine.
But you see, Satoko-chan was so insistent she could do it.
As we were walking, Rena talked about a lot of different stuff, more so than usual. Then?
Satoko-chan is clumsy, so she failed no matter how many times she tried. Oh, she was so cute.
Everything Rena talked about was just silly nonsense, so I just replied every so often and laughed from time to time. It was a rather laid-back conversation. We passed by one of our neighbors and they called out to us. Oh my!
Hi.
Oh my! Do you want to read The Villager?
Keiichi-chan and Rena-chan, aren't you two a bit late today? Mio-chan, said she was going on ahead. Oh, is this villager about to keel over?
No.
Did Mio-chan look bad, I wonder? We need to hurry up, Keiichi-kun.
After greeting our neighbor with a smile, Rena turned back to me and poked her tongue out. Not expecting that, I couldn't help but crack a smile.
Keiichi-kun smiled.
Huh? What? Rena stopped and stared at me.
I was thinking that you still hadn't recovered from your cold since you seemed down this morning, Keiichi-kun. But tonight you seem fine. Fine.
With a grin, she gently poked my cheek. It was a bright, sincere smile. Hey, Keiichi Maibara. How can you still doubt Rena after she shows you a smile like that? Maybe I just had a high fever up until today, and I imagined everything that I thought happened because I was bedridden and delirious. This boy is gaslighting himself.
He is the most forgiving child.
He is gaslighting himself. I didn't think that was possible. I really hope that was the case. If God would grant me just one wish, there's only one thing that I'd wish for. I would want what had happened in the past few days, more specifically from the night of the Watsunagashi up until last night. I wanted all of that to have never happened. I wonder how many times I'd wished for this these past few days. As long as Rena kept on smiling like this, I think it might just become reality. So I wanted Rena to keep on smiling. Keep on smiling. Oh god. Oh god.
Okay, Chikun. Those mochi yesterday. Did you eat them all?
She scared me. That vain wish of mine was instantly shattered. My heart began palpitating. The relaxed morning mood suddenly became frigid. Rena's smile was the same as usual. Her eyes were gentle as usual. Those mochi yesterday, did you eat them all? Of course she wasn't asking the question at face value. In other words, Rena was asking, did you get the message? She was probably trying to convey that. Oh, fuck you, Rena.
Hey, Chikun.
I was reluctant to give an answer. Rena stopped walking and stared deeply into my eyes. Ah, don't hesitate, Keiichi Maibata. Oh, Heart of Ink says, pretty sure gaslighting yourself is a bipolar thing, but I could be wrong.
I don't know that myself.
I actually think you are right. I think that sounds about right. I have family members with bipolar disorder, so I have one-on-one experience with this. Rona was acting the same as always, wasn't she? I needed to respond in my usual way, naturally, of course. But both my throat and mouth had gone dry, and my lips were stuck together. Hurry and answer, Keiichi. Not that much time had passed. I could still keep the conversation going naturally. I had to say something quickly. Rena playfully mimicked what I said when I finally squeaked something out. Rena's reaction was still normal. It seems that there wasn't as long of a pause as I had thought. Somehow, I finally squeaked out the rest. Delicious! However, my strained efforts neither sullied nor brightened Rena's expression. For a moment, I panicked, thinking I had replied incorrectly. But after a few moments, Rena broke into her usual soft smile and giggled with a joyful voice that seemed to echo through the morning air. Being strung along by that laugh, I couldn't help but laugh as well.
I see. So did you eat all of them, I wonder?
My timid smile froze again. Did you make it without swallowing the sewing needle? Was that what she was asking? If I had swallowed it, then I wouldn't be here. Nah, I couldn't finish all of them. There's still some left. I was scared out of my wits, but that's how I played it.
Huh? What about the homework to see if you could tell which one Rena made?
That homework, was it due today?
Yeah, it's due today. Meantime will get angry. There's probably a penalty game ready for you.
Aw, fuck. We both laughed at each other again. To a casual observer, it was just a typical morning. If I could just let myself believe, then even I'd think it was just a usual morning routine, but I was certain I wasn't mistaken. There was something unimaginable buried beneath the facade of this giggling Rena. Lies. I recalled that unexpected piercing voice that I could hardly believe came from Rena's mouth. The moment that image crossed my mind, I felt a cold sweat trickle down my back. Was it only at that particular time that something evil had possessed Rena? No, that was wrong. That was still Rena. Tasty-san told me, didn't he?
Actually, I looked into her. Before Ryuga-san moved away to Hinamizawa, she was suspended from school and also knocked over Cal's glass.
Did you knock over your glass?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
It's fine, it was empty.
Oh, good.
It seems she went through her school building and broke all of the windows.
I hate that. It's very subtle eye change. Rena had a disorder that normal people didn't. Oh, that's a good way to phrase that.
Wants to kill friend syndrome.
Wants to kill friend syndrome. No matter how pleasantly she smiled, that fact would not change. But I couldn't even imagine how she looked as she broke all the glass throughout the school. One thing I knew was that it wasn't something spur of the moment. If it was some sudden outburst of anger, then maybe she'd break a pane or two. But she broke all the windows all throughout the school. Just imagine going through your own school, breaking the windows with a bat. Swinging full force at each pane of glass, one after another. What the fuck is this CG that is almost a panty shot? Paying no heed to the flying shards, your classmates aghast, unable to move from the sudden turn of events. At least it's not a panty shot, but still.
Yeah.
I wonder where she could have found the most windows lined up in a row. Probably the hallway. It's a neat perspective in any case. Walk, wind up, smash, walk, wind up. It was difficult for me to connect that horrifying image with the Rena smiling at me right now, but I just had to imagine it. Impossible because it was unimaginable. That naive way of thinking no longer worked. The unpleasant, piercing sound of shattered glass, the crunching noise as Rena treads across the broken shards, walking towards me. Rena's classmates going pale as they forget to even breathe. I wonder what they did as Rena came closer, breaking windows along her path. Did they earnestly try to bring her to her senses by saying something? Or did they jump at her, trying to stop her savagery? Or did they run to the staff room to call for the teachers? Probably none of those. In the face of the blood-curdling sight of Rena busting window after window, undoubtedly all they could do was silently clear a path for her. Dumbfounded, just clearing the path for Rena to continue. It would be cruel to blame anyone for looking the other way. No, they weren't simply looking the other way. They knew it was the only way they could to protect themselves. If they had done something differently from the rest, they may have suddenly found themselves as Rena's new target. What would Rena have done to whoever attracted her attention? The answer was obvious. She would have undoubtedly acted according to her whims. Meaning I would, be the next window. Rena staring into my eyes, shards of glass crunching and crackling underfoot as she drew closer. I was also drawn into her eyes, paralyzed. Smack, smack. Then Rena struck me with the bat over and over again, like I was one of those windows. I crouched down onto the floor, desperately protecting my head. Rena didn't care whether it was my head or my back. Zealously, she hits me again and again. What kind of expression was she making as she was doing this over and over again? I peered up to see. Oh, her expression was so indifferent, it was completely unnerving. It's because no matter how many times she struck me, I didn't make as pleasant a sound as the other windows. She struck me continuously, over and over again. The sound Rena wanted didn't come out. Her classmates standing around didn't try to stop her. They didn't want to be the next window. Somebody save me. Turning a blind eye unless we're hanging out. But of course, everyone in class scrambled to obtain the highest standardized test scores. They'd gain nothing from saving a crammed school tryhard like me. Eventually, there would be a faint sound similar to when you crack open a walnut, and some sort of reddish-black spray would shoot out. The art changes are throwing me for a loop. It's great. I love it. Anyway, it wasn't that Rena momentarily lost herself in anger. After forcing myself to breathe and calming down my heart, I recalled what Tasty-san told me. That's you.
And in the counselor's medical report, he recorded all of the conversations he had with Rena-san. It shows up. And quite a bit at that.
What does?
She mentioned the word Oyashiro-san.
Sama. Following that, Rena was suspended and had regular examinations at the hospital. Then as Rena was undergoing counseling, she said it over and over. Oyashiro-sama.
Oh no, my belly jelly.
My belly jelly? No.
It seemed that Oyashiro-sama she spoke of was like a ghost, appearing in her house. They're so eager to call people bitches.
And the kid is imagining that bitch beating him to death with a fucking bat.
You put such horrible words in Moonpie's mouth.
In Eris's defense, Applejack saying bitch is so fucking funny. And also, she says fuck so, like, too well. It's really funny. Standing over her
Seems that the Oyashiro-sama she spoke of was like a ghost, appearing in her house every day, standing over her pillow, looking down at her.
That was only a piece of their conversation, so I still couldn't see the big picture, but it was by no means a happy little conversation. Then what Rena did, was she saying that ghastly incident was a result of her being possessed by Oyashiro-sama? Up until now, I didn't want to believe in Oyashiro-sama's curse. That's why I wanted to say the mysterious deaths every year happened because of some sort of conspiracy. Every time I talked with Tasty-san, I was more certain that the deaths were the work of men and not of some curse. Except if it was people perpetrating the incidents, my friends were somehow deeply connected. If I refused to believe that the curse was real, then I would have to believe those who acted the kindest to me were deeply involved in the incidents. Why? How? For what reason? Was everybody... It was much more painful and troublesome than accepting that it was just Oyashiro-sama's curse. In the aftermath, Rena had admitted to her doctor that it was because she was possessed by Oyashiro-sama. I felt a strange sense of relief from that. So that's how it was. There wasn't a second side to Rena. She did that because she was possessed by something strange like Oyashiro-sama. It wasn't Rena's fault. Oyashiro-sama was the one to blame. I knew this was all backwards. Refusing to believe there was a curse, I wanted there to be a human perpetrator. Now that my close friends were the ones under suspicion, I changed my beliefs at my own convenience, saying it was Oyashiro-sama's curse to blame. Which was the better choice, accepting that Oyashiro-sama's curse exists, or that Rena and the rest of them were deeply involved in the string of mysterious deaths? I didn't want to think about it. If I just didn't think about it, I'd be able to continue the same as always. I wanted to believe that, but that was no longer possible. I had received their message. It was pathetic of me to try and bend the meaning to my own convenience. Regardless of whether my opponent were a human or a curse, I won't let it kill me. As if I could just bend over and give in, for no good reason at all. Rena.
Keiichi-kun? You've been making a really weird face. Why, I wonder? I wonder.
Inhaling sharply upon hearing Rena's voice, I came back to my senses. Before I had realized it, we were already at the entrance. Shaking my head a few times, I exorcised all those terrifying thoughts. No matter how you looked at it, there's no way Rena could have done such terrible things. It was like I was trying to placate myself. As I slid the door open, a blackboard eraser loaded with chalk dropped down on my head the moment I stepped into the classroom. The chalk dust went into my eyes, inducing a brief moment of agony. Ugh. It's a terrible child.
How befitting for the truant Keiichi-san.
Oh, Rika.
Good morning to both of you, Keiichi and Rena.
Good morning, Satoko-chan, Rika-chan.
Not quite in the mood for it, I didn't really react to Satoko's trap. Satoko braced herself as I passed by, expecting me to attack her. She seemed a bit disappointed as I simply walked by silently.
What is this? How discouraging indeed.
Keiichi doesn't seem back to his usual self yet.
Oh, Rena, you're blocked.
Yeah, let me just munch on your hair a little bit. Take it easy on him for today, okay?
Suddenly, there was a slap down on my shoulder. It hurt a bit.
Ow.
Hey, Kei-chan, did you get enough rest?
It was Mion. My mind was full with the stuff about Rena, but Mion was also a party of interest. Remember, Keiichi, that hawkish gaze from yesterday. Yeah, morning. What's with that unenergetic greeting? Did you eat the mochi I brought you? I'm like this because I ate them. Those words were itching to be blurted out. I really just didn't have the appetite. I ate a few, but quite a lot were left over.
Hold me back. I'ma finish up like some children for that chalk shit.
Huh? What about the homework? Did you have an answer for which one was Rena's?
Keiichi-kun said he forgot his homework.
You don't eat your homie's hair? I do it all the time.
No.
Sheesh! Mion saying sheesh. Cringe. Then we can't help it. What's that noise?
You made me laugh.
Then we can't help it. Time for your penalty. Flashing a lurid smile, Mion returned to her seat. I don't know how you say that word. There was nothing from our exchanges that would cause our classmates to suspect anything was amiss. But of course, anyone listening to our conversations up until this morning wouldn't see anything suspicious. That was why it was so frightening. They acted in a way that, regardless of whatever happened to Keiichi Maibara, no one would ever suspect them. That fact had me terrified. Soon the teacher came. There she is. After
Teach us
she
about curry.
teach us about
Please.
curry. Oh man, I want curry. After she asked how I felt and took attendance, another dull, ordinary day began. Time for a penalty! Pulls out a knife. Yep.
What a weird little chest piece Chie has. It's like embroidered into her dress.
It is strange. Chie reminds me of, oh god, Miss Kurosawa from Azumanga Daioh for some reason.
I do not know this person.
She also has like bluish hair. It's more like black, but it's like
And pronouns?
and pronouns.
Whoa!
Whoa. What about pronouns?
Blue hair and pronouns.
Oh, I see. I get it now. I was slow. I am slow. This free study period was a convenient time to consider where I stood. I gently closed my eyes and pondered the ridiculous position I was in right now. First of all, what I shouldn't forget was how dangerous of a situation I was in. I had fallen out of favor with them. After I interacted with Tasty-san multiple times, I could see it. I could see it as I was getting closer to the heart of the matter. The warning yesterday with the mochi was a good indicator of that. No, calling it a warning was just my habit of understating things. Probably had no meaning beyond stunting my progress and buying themselves some time, until they had a method of completely erasing me. They were just biding their time. Even though they were keeping me under their thumb with threats, it didn't change the fact that I knew too much. The chilling sensation of my desk made me recall Satoshi Hojo, the boy who was using the seat until last year when he disappeared. Was he also similar to me? Did he learn something he shouldn't have and was erased? Damn. I wouldn't let them get rid of me so easily. Never. But were they really trying to kill me?
Pronoun, and why does Rainbow Dash keep telling me about them?
God. Guys making Applejack say so many funny things. I've had these contradictory feelings for a while. Even though I suspected them, I felt I had to cover for them. Even having witnessed all of their suspicious behavior, a morning like this just made it all seem like an elaborate hoax. No, that's just what I want to believe. Doubting my friends? Covering for them? My life was in danger. Or was it? Actually, I was debating the wrong point. Given my current situation, those points were something that should have been deliberated on a long time ago. But really, Rena and the rest of them, were they actually aiming to kill me? The little voice inside me continued to torment me with these unresolvable trains of thought. Are you an idiot, Keiichi Maibara? The answer should be obvious. But maybe that sewing needle might have been just an accident, right? How could you screw up and drop a sewing needle into a piece of mochi? The benefit of the doubt can only go so far. Both Rena and Mion had acted and behaved suspiciously, but maybe it was all some sort of misunderstanding. What kind of misunderstanding? It wasn't just suspicious, it was outright ludicrous, right? Rena just corrected me for lying, and Mion only asked me about what I had for lunch. Rena was standing outside my door eavesdropping for a solid hour. She was probably just waiting for my phone call to end. For a whole hour outside your room? And is it normal to go home afterwards without saying anything? You heard from Tasty-san, didn't you? About what Rena did at her former school? But at the hospital, she said it was Oyashiro-sama's fault. She... Cut it out, Keiichi Maibara. Don't you realize that they're out to kill you? He said that out loud. Oh no. I inadvertently blurted those words out. Hearing myself say that so directly left me dumbfounded for a few moments. Afterwards, I had to look around to check if anyone else had heard it. My little soliloquy cut a little too close to the truth. Even though I could feel the murderous intent from Rena and the others, part of me, somewhere, was still trying to deny that. This late in the game, such hesitation could be fatal. I knew that. But I was just your average student, a man living his normal, ordinary life. Do you think I could suddenly believe that my friends who I had been happily laughing together with up until last Sunday now intended to kill me? Right? You're too soft, Keiichi. This time I remembered to keep my voice down so only I could hear it. You could also just not say it, Keiichi.
Yeah.
There's one thing I now understood. I was too soft. I didn't completely understand how dangerous Rena and the rest of them were. No, I wasn't trying to understand. I was too soft for not listening to Tasty-san when he was earnestly showing me the heart of the matter. I didn't listen because I was too busy pretending to be dejected. I didn't comprehend it. I was just running away. I didn't comprehend it, so nobody had any notion to try and kill me. I needed to get rid of such naive thoughts. As I made that resolution, I heard the bell signaling the end of class. So soon. The day was already over. I didn't recall eating lunch or doing anything at class. My friends were putting their desks together in preparation for club activities. Not long ago, I would probably have happily jumped into that circle. You gotta, or they'll kill you. Oh! Accidentally.
I like that it gives you background music info.
There you go.
My, Keiichi-san. How rude of you to even think about leaving.
How do you know what I'm thinking? The way Satoko spoke was so typical and familiar, it almost physically hurt.
Huh? Keiichi-kun, is today not a good day, I wonder? And we were going to win big together. Oh.
Seeing Rena's expression, which said she was really looking forward to today, was hard to take. Hey, Keiichi, maybe Tasty-san is just some enormous jerk trying to separate me from the others by lying to me. Slap. Trying to expunge such weak-minded thinking, I slapped myself in the face.
Keiichi-kun?
Yeah, was Rena really trying to kill me? I wish someone would tell me it was a hoax. I didn't care if it actually was one or not. I just wanted someone to say it was. Gah, yet another weak-willed thought. How did I ever become this naive?
Are you alright? Does your head hurt?
Apparently that was how my inner dilemma appeared to Rena.
You're pale. Can you make it home by yourself? Maybe I should accompany you home. I wonder.
No, it's okay. Sorry. I can get home by myself. Just have the meeting without me. Upon hearing that I wasn't going to participate in the club meeting, Mion pouted unhappily. Since Kei-chan was so bent on a revenge match, we were going to play that deduction game from before too.
Keiichi-san doesn't have the burning desire for a rematch? How pathetic.
I wouldn't fall for some dumb taunt. Without even a real retort, I just grabbed my bag and was about to get up. Someone's hand perched itself gently on my head.
Keiichi doesn't seem to be well. How very unfortunate.
It was Rika-chan. She was stretched up as far as she could, doing her best to pat my head with her petite hand. It felt so nice.
I am very small.
It felt so nice, which made things even harder. Sorry, everybody. See you. That's all I said.
Bye.
That's all I said as I quickly left the classroom. They said something to me as I was leaving, but I couldn't make it out. I managed to make it all the way to the entrance in that state of mind. Took out my shoes, put them on, went forward. Harden that heart, Keiichi Maibata. They were, for some unfathomable reason, trying to kill me. They were plotting something dubious, watching me, my every move. But I couldn't hate them, because weren't they my friends? Part of me lamented my naivety, while another part lamented the fact that I had lost something important by lamenting over it in the first place. Felt like my personality was being ripped in two, along with my body. This is what Oyashiro-sama's curse was like. Then it was just too harsh. Hey, Oyashiro-sama, I was wrong for not believing in your curse, but I believed in it now. Completely. Your curse does exist. So seriously, give me a break. I beg you, come on. Come on, fucking stupid demon. You stupid demon.
Eris says, does anyone else find the way Rena repeats things creepy as fuck? I personally don't, because I know a lot of, like, people who for that's just kind of normal. Because echolalia is an autistic trait, and I know a lot of autistic people.
Yeah, I find it quite charming. I feel like maybe the intention was to make it like a charming trait, and then like any traits you find charming at first are just going to inherently be creepy after like the other shoe drops. So
Yeah,
I
for
understand. Sure. I totally understand why you would be like, well, that's a little creepy now, but I still find it kind of endearing, honestly.
Stupid demon.
Yeah, stupid demon. Dinner was unusually bland. Had no flavor or aroma. The miso soup that normally tantalized my appetite instead tasted like nothing but boiled water. Dad was eating with us that night. It was a rare occurrence in this household. When he got into his work, he ate and slept on his own schedule. My dad never cared about the time. Since my dad was at the dinner table, it was either meant he had just reached a good point to take a break or he was in a slump.
So yeah, he just doesn't understand the motivation creators have. Your partnership was just a verbal agreement, wasn't it? If it's so hard to agree on things, why not just end it? I feel like it's an industry with a lot of back scratching, but when it gets the way of business...
I wasn't able to pick out much of my mom and dad's conversation, but I could tell it wasn't a very pleasant topic. That, of course, made the disgusting food even less appealing. Staring listlessly at the exchange between my parents, my mind wandered off to the same thought processes I had going all day long. Friends close to me, no, they used to be friends, but I could no longer trust them. Right now, I was greatly lacking in allies. People I trusted, people I could depend on when push came to shove. They were something I just didn't have. Having just one ally would have been incredibly reassuring in the currently hopeless situation I was in. I put down my chopsticks and looked over at my parents, who were still talking about work. The first course of action that came to mind was to tell my parents everything. Currently, there wasn't a single person from Hinamizawa I could trust 100%. That meant the only people I could trust were my parents. But if I told them everything that happened up until now, would they understand? Rena, for example. That neighborly Rena who was so diligent in looking after me, came to get me every day and sometimes brought over a share of what she made. How could I explain that she wanted to kill me? No matter how I explained, it would probably be difficult for anybody to comprehend. My somewhat eccentric dad wouldn't understand, and my high-strung mom would probably drag me off to a psychiatrist in the blink of an eye. Sadly, that was the amount of trust that existed in our relationship. Even if they did come to understand, what could they possibly do? Unless they could uncover the truth, that wouldn't be able to protect me. No, by informing them of these unnecessary things, I'd be putting my parents in danger as well. Considering that the victims in past incidents were often married couples, I couldn't even joke about it. For the entire Maibata family to have an accident or to just vanish into thin air, it was easily possible in Hinamizawa. What was important here was that knowing something unnecessary put you in danger. The most unsettling question was, how did they know that I knew? As long as they didn't know, my parents might not fall victim. That was one way to think about it, I guess. At least it was like that in my case. After I found out, things started becoming odd. In other words, it meant the following. As long as my parents didn't know anything, nothing would happen to them. Which means that this house would be safe. A safe haven as long as my parents were in. I knew these were just assumptions based on conjecture on top of conjecture. Wanting this house to be a safe haven, that was the pinnacle of my weak-willed method of thinking. I had to concede that it was not completely safe. It was only safer than the outside. I knew that I couldn't rely on my parents. No, I couldn't risk getting my parents involved. Then the only person who could be my ally would be Tasty-san. Him and him alone. He was the only person who understood the situation I was in. He didn't care so much about my safety, but he was without a doubt passionate about solving this case. It was a bit frustrating. Tasty-san was basically the whole reason I was in this mess. Now to get out of it, I had to rely on him. Meaning it was all going according to his devices. It was just my job to look appetizing while bobbing in the waves as bait. Then when the fish started gathering around, Tasty-san would pull up the big haul. It was slightly infuriating, but even I thought that was the best course of action. So then, what should I do? Patience was the first rule of fishing. Just keep waiting until the fish actually bites. But I wasn't simply bait. There were lots of ways for me to struggle before being devoured. When they struck, I needed to somehow dodge just enough and tag out to Tasty-san. No question, it was going to be hard. The timing to bring Tasty-san in would be difficult. He was in the city, not Hinamizawa. So if I phoned him in my moment of need, it would take him about 30 minutes to reach me. So I needed to run away for those 30 minutes. For example, if we set up a rendezvous point for dire situations or something, I just have to hide out there until Tasty-san arrived. Okay, I can almost see it now. I was still being chased around in the dark by boogeymen. Oh, like downpour. Sorry. But now,
I bet
I knew.
Tasty has a MILF hat. Man, I love fishing.
Bet Tasty Son has a MILF hat. Man, I love fishing. He would. He would. But now I knew which way to go. I would never have imagined this would be so reassuring. Oh yeah, it would probably be best if I had a concealed weapon for when things got rough. Typically, that would call for a switchblade. But that wasn't too reassuring for combat. Also, since it was recognized as a weapon by the public, that also wasn't good. Really, when the time comes, a long weapon like a bat would work in my favor. I remembered there was a metal bat at school. I could be confident with that when push came to shove. If I pretended I was practicing my swing, then it wouldn't be suspicious for me to always carry it around. I could go to school early tomorrow and secure it. Just possessing a weapon may be enough to deter them. Also, one more thing. Insurance. It could be something like a note or memo. I could write down everything that's happened as a sort of journal. In case I suddenly vanished, the journal would be left behind. With my journal in his possession, Tasty-san should be able to avenge my death. I left my parents engrossed in their conversation about work and went back to my room. I tore out a piece of paper from a notebook and made my way to my desk. Last time I wrote a journal was for summer homework in elementary school. On the off chance something bad happened, the police could use my diary as a lead, so I could only write down the facts. How should I start? I jotted down my thoughts as they came. I, Keiichi Maebara, am in fear for my life. It made me laugh nervously. It was a line that showed up often in detective stories. I never even dreamed that I would be in the type of situation where I'd write it myself. I do not know why they are after my life. Renan and the others were suspicious, but I had no proof.
Bonking the chat. Bonking the chat, bonking the chat, bonking the chat.
And that's why I couldn't write anything more. I laughed wryly at myself for writing such a passage draped in mystery. Would the police be able to get the hint from reading this enigmatic message? I could only pray that they would. What I prayed for the most, though, was that this journal never needed to play its part. Here I laughed nervously.
I am in fear for my life.
Oh, Moonpie, why are you in fear for your life? It was too simple, so I wrote down one more line I just thought of. The only thing I do know is that it has to do with Oyashiro-sama's curse. Is that too much? Probably shouldn't write more than that. If I wrote any more, then it would seem like I was just delusional. In order to appear to the reader that the person who had written this was of sound mind, I chose not to write anything else at that point. I just needed to add more as I learned more about the truth. I folded the paper and thought about a place to hide it. By hiding it somewhere obvious, there was the chance that they would uncover it instead. On the other hand, if it was too obscure of a location, then there was the risk of nobody finding it at all. In the end, I decided to take the clock off my wall and stick my folded note on the back of it with Scotch tape. After that, I put the clock back into its normal position. Yeah, it didn't look like anything was hidden behind it. Now I needed to set it up such that if anything happens to me, my parents could find it.
Bonking is not dishing anything. We are happy to be bonked by Cole.
Bonk more! Bonk them more!
As you command.
I looked at it from countless different angles until I was satisfied, and I made my way downstairs.
The bonking commences.
Continues. My parents were still talking about work. Didn't look like it was going to end anytime soon, so I cut in. Sorry to interrupt. I have something I want to talk to you about. I'd never started off a conversation like that before, so my parents were both startled. They stopped talking and turned towards me. Oh, sorry, I skipped that so fast. But she said, "What is it, Keiichi?"
What do you mean, Eris? It's okay.
What do you mean? Anyway, I have a favor to ask of you. Please listen. Just in case, yeah?
If it's not urgent, can we do this later? Right now, Mommy and Daddy have something urgent they're talking about.
I didn't think their talk was more urgent than mine. In any case, I stated my request. Just in case, okay? If I die... Both of my parents' eyes went as wide as saucers. If I die, I want you to put the clock on my wall in my coffin. If they did that, then they'd probably find it. My memoir. Both my parents remained wide-eyed, not moving an inch. I couldn't blame them. I made that clock in shop class and I really like it. So please.
What's the matter? Keiichi, did something happen?
Mom was finally able to ask me with a questioning gaze. Of course, this was a normal response for when someone's son suddenly talked about a subject like this. I felt bad about making them worry, but right now I just wanted them to think about the clock in my room. With the awkward mood leaving the room in silence, I decided to go back up to my room. I want to get to school early tomorrow, so I'm going to bed. Good night. Saying only that, I left the living room.
Come back later, Apple Bloom. Rainbow Dash and I were discussing the safe word.
God damn it, Possum!
Yeah,
Stop!
calm down.
Calm the fuck down! I'm gonna start timing people out. I needed to get to school early tomorrow and secure that bet. I should make today the last day I went to school with Rena. As I climbed the stairs, I heard my mom call my name, but I pretended not to hear her. It wasn't something I could talk about with my parents. If I talked about it, it would only make things more dangerous. The fight that had begun was mine and mine alone. I couldn't rely on anybody. I wouldn't be killed, not when I still knew nothing. Yeah. Okay, I may need to go get water. Just real quick. Like the quickest
Yeah, no
BRB
worries.
ever.
I will stay here, and I will man the chat.
If anybody's horny,
I got my hammer.
Cal
My
will
big
time you
bopper.
out. Cal will time you out.
I
Also,
will.
No
Or
more
Zara
horny.
will do it. Whoever's faster.
Whoever's faster, you get timed out. No bans, unless you're too horny. But stop with the horniness. Stop.
I just don't want to have to time someone out because they're talking about fucking My Little Ponies discussing safe words. That's weird. That's weird.
Right. I'll be back.
Zara says that Cal is nicer than them. I don't know if that's true. I've said some unintentionally mean shit on stream. Please know that if I say something mean to you or something that you consider to be of poor taste, you can say so. I'll back off. I'm always just joking. I'm just joshing. Listen. Chief of Police Oishi here. I think that's what he is. I forget.
I'm back.
Oh, I was about to launch into an Oishi speech.
Oh, you can still do it.
Cool. Listen. As Chief of Police, I have to say, no more horny. If you want to talk about My Little Ponies, or my tits, or anything in that regard, let's stop. It halts
Stop.
here, where the train is coming into the station. Not like coming in.
Vincent Silent Hill 3 voice. It was just a joke. Thank you.
Horny isn't banned necessarily.
It is the one. I can't remember. There's a rule in my thing. It used to be don't be horny, but I changed it to be broader and be don't
Horny is officially banned.
don't flirt. But like also horniness can make me uncomfortable. So I'm just like,
Yeah.
As a joke, it's fine. But then when it keeps going, I'm like, can we chill? Can we chill? Stop being horny about Applejack. Come on. The horse.
We can't not talk about ponies. Moon Pie is one. You can talk about My Little Ponies.
You can talk
all you
about
please.
ponies, but you can't talk about
The Applejack safe word.
God damn it. We don't want to summon. We don't want to. All right, go
I'm always
Rena.
happy to talk about ponies.
Mhm.
Katie-kun's
Ponies
been
are
feeling
fun.
down lately. Maybe he's in a bad mood. I bet Rena would like My Little Pony.
She would. I
Rest in
wonder.
peace, Rena. You would have loved My Little Pony.
Maybe he's on his period. God damn it, misogyny.
Are you? Yeah, you're old enough to be on your period. Never mind.
Yeah.
For some reason, Mion occupied my brain as like a 9-year-old for like 3 seconds. Mii-chan, that's gross. No, it's not. Yak, 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 she says. What do you think?
Don't know. Could be that Kei-chan, maybe
I don't know.
that day Kei-chan was in that car talking to some tubby middle-aged guy, right?
I hope to be a tubby middle-aged guy one day. Not a cop, though.
No.
Yeah, no mistake.
That
If y'all ever see me become a cop,
I will.
that's
I
pull
will
the
get
trigger.
you. No.
Pull the trigger.
That tasty.
That's not me no more.
That tasty. He probably fed him something fishy.
You looked serious. Keiichi-kun's face was so pale.
You see, you might not know this, but he's actually the messenger of Oyashiro-sama. What?
Huh? What do you mean?
Who? Tasty? Or Keiichi?
Whenever he shows up, someone is demoned away.
No lie. Okay, so probably Tasty.
Oh? Is that so?
The year before last, when Rika-chan's mom drowned, right? Right before that, she was visited by Tasty.
Now that you mention it, he was around before Satoshi-kun transferred out, too.
Transferred? You're so sweet, Rena.
So this time he's appeared before Keiichi-kun. So Keiichi-kun's going to be demoned away, too?
An empty silence hung in the air, and then I was suddenly interrupted. Ha ha! By loud laughter. Ho 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 ho! Yippee! Wow! Save. Save. Save.
End of chapter 10. We're schmoving.
We're schmoving. Jeez. Alright. Well, we have...
Let's go a little longer, maybe,
Let's
and
go,
then
let's go a little longer. Let's do one more chapter. And then maybe we'll have a shorter stream next time, because chapter
Yeah.
12 is the last one. Well, we'll
Yeah.
see. Maybe 13? I guess.
there's 12. I'm pretty sure.
Alright, we'll see. See. This was the first time I'd ever woken with such clarity. It was 5:59, just moments before my alarm would go off. I was amazed at the precision of my internal clock. I had made preparations for the next day of school before I went to bed. I changed quickly and descended to the deserted lower floor. It appeared that my mom was still asleep. Neither breakfast nor lunch was ready. Yesterday, I just unilaterally declared that I would be leaving early today, so it couldn't be helped. I slathered jam on some bread and topped it with instant cocoa. Just as I was finishing up breakfast, Mom rose groggily from her slumber.
My, Keiichi, you're up early. Is there some sort of school event?
Not really. Answering bluntly, I picked up my bag and stood after stuffing 2 slices of bread down my throat. One more chapter couldn't hurt. It might be long, and also I just did a 24-hour stream, so I'm still pretty tired about that. I'm gonna be real. And also, if next stream ends up being shorter, we could always just play another game after.
Yeah.
Like Casey's mod, maybe. I don't know.
Maybe.
It's been a long time, so...
You're leaving already? What about lunch? If you don't wait a bit, I can make it.
If I waited for her to make my lunch, then it would end up being the same time as usual. If I did that, it would raise the chances of me running into Rena and Mion on the way. Yes, from today onwards, I was going to go to school alone. I'll be fine for today.
And what will you do for lunch?
I'll slip out and buy some bread or something at the store.
Really? Then here's some lunch money. Be sure to bring me back the receipt.
I took the 1,000 yen bill from Mom and slipped it into my pocket. Translator's note. 1,000 yen is about $10-ish.
Yeah, it probably would have been more back then, actually.
Maybe.
Like, if we're considering, like,
Inflation and shit.
inflation.
Yeah. We'll see.
It's pretty early. Is Rena-chan up this early as well?
Not just me.
Did you tell Rena-chan that you're leaving early?
Uh-oh, she gonna get mad. I have no reason to tell her every little detail now, do I? If Finding it difficult answering the onslaught of questions, I made an annoyed face. Tell Rena that I went ahead when she comes.
Hey, Keiichi, wait!
It's not that I didn't trust my parents, I just couldn't rely on them. Closer to $20? Alright, that makes sense. They couldn't help me. I could only hope that they didn't get involved. It was
How much
safer
could a
that
loaf
way.
of bread cost? $20?
How much could a loaf of bread cost? $20? Anyway. My mom's...
Glad you understood.
I don't even know if that's how she says it. I've only ever seen, like, a gif in a picture of that.
Sure, but like, you got it.
My mom's annoying voice was cut off by the slam of the door. For the
You're a
first
rude-ass kid.
Mom, you have an annoying voice. For the first time since I moved here, I headed down the road to school alone. Up until now, I had always walked down the same path at the same time each day, so I always met with the same people at the same places. But today was different. I didn't meet the people I would normally and nobody was at the places where I would have normally met them. Of course, Rena wasn't in the spot where we usually met, and there wasn't anyone at the spot where we would have met up with
How
Mion.
much could an orange cost? $20.
The length of the tree's shadows, the morning air, and the brightness of the sun, it was a completely different type of morning from what I was used to. Without a doubt, it felt strange. It left me with the impression that I had destroyed the illusion Hinamizawa had set up for me, because I had enough time to prepare all of the props needed to deceive me. If you want to read Villager.
I apologize. I was scooting a fly out of my window and I thought I'd have enough time.
My, Keiichi-kun, you are so early today. Is everyone meeting this early this morning?
The person who called out to me was someone we always passed by as they were taking a walk along the edge of the fields. Their name was, I forgot. Of course, this wasn't the spot where we usually passed each other. I woke up early today, so I thought it would be a good change of pace. That's all. I threw out a random excuse.
What about Rena-chan and Mion-chan? Are you by yourself today?
Well, yeah. I was being asked the same type of questions my mom was asking, so I answered them in the same uninteresting, vague manner. It wasn't funny being asked where Rena was each time I passed by someone, but maybe it was to be expected. It was because for so long we were always together so amicably. Even I felt that if I let my guard down, we could still be Stop it, Keiichi. Don't think about that anymore. You spent all day yesterday thinking about how dangerous it was to go soft, didn't you? Good job, Keiichi. Beep, beep, beep. A car horn. Oh, that would have been burp, burp, burp. A car horn blared from out of nowhere. Even though I was walking, lost in thought, that horn was way too close. A mechanical behemoth barreled at me from behind, catching me completely off guard, and then he died. By the time I turned around, the van's hulking chassis was almost on top of me. I'd seen plenty of cars veer to the opposite shoulder to avoid pedestrians, but this car was doing the opposite. It felt like there was somebody on the opposite shoulder, and the van was swerving in my direction to avoid them. That blissfully ignorant train of thought delayed me from realizing something much, much more important. That large mass was hurtling right at me. Was it going to hit me? The inside of my head instantly flooded with a painfully cold liquid. In that moment, the scene before me, no, time itself had frozen. In the silence of that frozen moment, I compared the van so close that I had no way to dodge it, and my body, the upper half, twisted awkwardly in order to look behind me. There's no way I could have dived out of the way in my current position. If I lost focus now, the moment would unpause, and I would probably be plowed over, caught in the silly pose, bend my upper body over towards the paddy by the side of the road. If I bent far enough, I'd get away with just being hit by the side view mirror. As soon as the thought crossed my mind, the temporal stasis was shattered by the deafening sound of the van. The side mirror struck my shoulder. I did read that as shoulder in my brain, but then it came out soldier, sending me spinning off through the air like a top locked in my contorted position. Oh, fuck. Splash! Sent tumbling through the air, I crashed into the muddy paddy by the side of the road. My entire body was soiled and drenched, but the choice I had made in that instant was unmistakably for the best. I was covered in mud, but when the alternative was being hit by a car, it was the closest I could be to being unscathed. Rising out from the paddy, I had enough in me to glare over at the stopped van and yell profanities at the driver. I'm not sure if he was able to see me, but the van sped off suddenly. Wait, damn it! This was what they call a hit and run, wasn't it? I couldn't help but continue yelling out profanities. The disgrace from being covered in mud hurt me more than any physical wounds. I slogged through the muddy paddy and made me way back onto the road.
Made me way.
Made me way. This is a crime, goddammit. Shit! I'll track you down and sue you. If I go looking for a van, I'm sure to find it in this little village. The path I was on had rice paddies on either side, and it had become so narrow that one car could barely fit through. It wasn't a place you could tear full speed down in a car, let alone pass by pedestrians. Stop. Okay. Not only was it a narrow road, but the car just now was closer to my side of the road than the other when it went past me. Even as I cursed, I was desperately trying to suppress the dark cloud roiling up within me. Roiling up! This wasn't just a hit and run. That car just now was trying to run me over, wasn't it? Yeah, no shit! Thinking back, I did feel like there had been a car creeping up on me slowly for a while. That's right. As soon as I'd part ways with that person taking a walk, I had that feeling the whole time. Parted ways. If it had wanted to pass me, then it had no shortage of chances. Normally, I would have felt suspicious and turned around sooner. But I was lost in thought and now was kicking myself for not realizing it was there sooner. And then, when the path became narrow and there was no one else in sight, he floored it. If I had hesitated for even a moment, the result would have been no laughing matter, as the adrenaline rushed from nearly being run over subsided, and the realization of just how terrifying the preceding events were sunk in. There was no doubt about it. That van was intentionally trying to hit me. A cold, viscous sweat seeped from my scalp and slid down my back before dribbling off. I struggled to avoid falling into a panic. There was still the possibility that this was really just an accident. Calm down, Keiichi. But also, don't be so naive, Keiichi. Being that lax will get you killed next time. You need to always be on your
That
toes.
Tesla was a child-seeking motor matching.
It was a Tesla. Stop. Don't give them any...
Whoops. I accidentally closed the chat.
Whoops. Don't give them any openings. If my enemy was really out to kill me, then next time they would use a more reliable method. If that time came and I was acting like I was now. Getting covered in mud was the price I had paid for my own naivety. Covered in mud, but without injury. Not even a sprain. Oh god, Queen Snarf.
Queen Snarf!
Thank you
Thank
for the
you.
5 gift subs. God damn. I guess this was what you would call the silver lining.
You got money for real.
God damn. Well, thank you so much. I began walking again, this time cautiously. I wouldn't even show a hint of carelessness. I had suspected only Rena and the others up until now. No, it was because I had suspected them that I had believed there were no other enemies. Tasty-san had said so, didn't he? There was the possibility of a village conspiracy. Was I really mired so deeply in the situation that I had no choice but to try and carry on as usual? Wouldn't it be safest just to hole myself up in my house? But the moment I abandoned my regular routine, everyone around me would abandon theirs as well. That was just too horrifying of a thought. I recalled the tales Tasty-san told me of when Hinamizawa was still called Onigafuchi, a frightening tale of an entire village of demons hunting their prey, surrounding them and eating them alive. One must not interfere with the demons. One must pretend not to see it. The enemy were numerous, the whole village. Thank you for the gift sub to Stealth Intel, Queen Snarf. Enjoy your gift sub. The villagers, with their unwavering faith in the curse, would do nothing to help me. The strong, sudden flash of sunshine made me slightly dizzy. I had no idea what was going on anymore. When I was suspected it was the work of man, I would catch a glimpse of Oyashiro-sama's curse. And when I suspected it was Oyashiro-sama's curse, someone would poke their head out. What was coincidence? What was intentional? Who was my enemy? Who was just a bystander? No, what I really truly wanted to know was, how did I end up with the proverbial bullseye painted on my back? Eventually, an answer in a form I could understand will appear. I don't care when that will happen, because until then, I cannot die. That alone fueled my resolve to fight and will keep me alive. Amazing. Amazing. I remembered seeing the metal bat in the gym storage shed, but there was a padlock on the door barring my entry. At the very least, I wanted to get my hands on it before everyone else arrived at school. I circled around the school grounds impatiently. But all I could find were things like pieces of lumber, nothing that I could bring into the classroom easily.
Oh, the misery, everybody in this town is my fucking enemy.
Oh, the misery. Everybody in this town is my fucking enemy. Oh.
True.
Then I had an epiphany. I should search inside the classroom. If it was something in the classroom to begin with, then there wouldn't be a problem. The scenery kind of reminds me of the Gifu prefecture. I wonder if it is. Because, like, these are real photos.
Yeah.
They're just, like, posterized and stuff. So I'm curious. I could tell that...
It's possible.
It is possible. I could tell that everyone's indoor shoes were still in their lockers. I forgot that's like a thing they do in Japan. You come in with your shoes from home, and then you got to put your shoes in a locker and take out your school shoes and put those on so you don't track dirt and shit from the outside.
I wish that was the way that it was done everywhere, to be quite honest.
Yeah, and there's like a lot of stores where you can just take your shoes off at the front door and then just walk around in your socks. And I think that's interesting. I could tell that everyone.
I think it's wonderful. I think we should strive to make as little dirt in public places and in our homes as possible. Because I've had people track mud through the house, and it makes me want to choke them.
There's like a whole bit in Azumanga Daioh. I think it was Osaka, like went up to the teacher and was like, hey, what? You know how Americans like don't take their shoes off at the door? You know, they like, what if someone of them steps in like dog poop and they just track it around, and then somebody else steps in it and they just track it around the house, and then they just keep doing it and they just don't know. And I think about that all the time, and ever since then I've taken my shoes off at the door.
Fucking exactly.
God.
Too many people take off their shoes at Walmart. Way too many.
People take off their
Okay,
shoes at
Walmart is different.
Way too many.
Walmart's a supermarket.
Yeah. And also, Walmart doesn't exist in Japan.
Yeah.
So people taking their shoes off in Walmart is disgusting because there are people walking around with their shoes in Walmart. So why? Why?
I don't think anyone should set foot in a Walmart, is my opinion on that.
Walmart sucks. Anyway, I'm gonna continue to read.
Wolfie Bites is playing Destiny too? That's crazy.
Oh shit! Could tell that everyone's indoor shoes were still in their lockers. Good thing I came early. Nobody else was here yet. I wondered, what could I find in the classroom? I didn't think I could find an especially effective weapon like a bat. But it couldn't be helped at this point. Until the gym storage shed was open, I needed to find a substitute. A lingering hint of naivety whispered that there was no way I'd be attacked at school. But such soft ideas would no longer protect me. To think that they were slowly making their way into parts of my life that I had once thought impenetrable. In the worst case, my own house might not be safe anymore. That was an incredibly frightening thought. But I believed that not considering the worst case scenario would have been even more frightening. Anyways, I will survive. So long as I lived, then I will definitely be able to escape this labyrinth of nonsense. Definitely. My exploration of the classroom came to an impasse. That much was to be expected. There was no way there would be anything that could be a weapon in the classroom. In case of emergency, there was probably nothing I could do but swing my own chair around. I mean, just like Downpour, anyway. You could pick up chairs as a weapon in Downpour. It was really stupid. I loved it, actually. My gaze landed on the lockers that had come to be used for personal storage. The locker that Mion used to store her pile of games was among them. There was one for each person in the class, all lined up. Of course, there was one for me as well. Oh yeah, there was supposed to still be a tracksuit in my locker. Seeing me covered in mud would be strange. I should go change later. But first, I needed a weapon. One of my classmates... Oh shit. Well, thank you. Among them. If one of my classmates came, it would be hard to rummage through all the lockers. I swiftly began opening the lockers, one by one. They were mostly just filled with things like gym clothes, personal items, and umbrellas. An umbrella. If I couldn't find anything better, then this would have to be my weapon. I was about to give up on finding anything decent when I opened a locker that held exactly what I wanted. A knife! It was, without a doubt, a metal bat. It was well worn and pretty beaten up, but there was no doubt it was usable. In that locker that reeked of mold, there was also hung a baseball uniform. It was probably the locker of a student in a pee-wee league or something like that. If that was the case, then he'd probably ask for it back. At that time, I could hear the voices of the children scuffling their way noisily in from the hallway. Amongst them, I could make out Rika-chan and Satoko. Hey, Rika.
Good morning.
My, you're quite early this morning, Keiichi-san.
I nonchalantly hid the bat I was holding behind my back. How do you nonchalantly do that?
What's with your outfit? You're covered in mud.
Yeah, I had a little incident. I'm going to change now.
Myself.
I shat myself, so cut me some slack. With that said, I began taking off my clothes. Satoko began to blush, just as I expected her to.
Changing in front of a lady? Have you no tact at all?
I would think that a lady staring at someone who was changing would be the one lacking in tact. Yeah, you make a very good point, Keiichi. There's no changing room for the boys, so just deal with it. Why do they have a changing room for girls and none for boys? That's fucked up. It's stupid.
I give them a pass, if only because, you know, gender norms of Japan in the 80s, and also the fact that this is a loned building.
Yeah. As Satoko feigned disgust, she went into the hall, still blushing. Conversely, Rika-chan continued to stare at me, preparing to change. If Rika-chan is a lady as well, then I don't think it would be appropriate for you to be watching.
I'm not a
intrigued.
lady, so it's fine.
She deliberately pouted and looked at me with upturned eyes. Then starting now, you're a lady. Go away.
If I'm a lady, then I suppose I must.
Rika-chan, appearing to be satisfied with being considered a lady, made her way to join Satoko in the hallway. Just as I breathed a sigh of relief, Rika-chan stopped suddenly and turned back towards me.
Are you going to start playing baseball?
Seems that Rika-chan had noticed the bat. Yeah, just, you know, I was feeling a bit out of shape, so I thought I'd just try practicing my swing.
I think it's wonderful you're taking care of your health.
She was talking like an old lady despite her
Sorry.
appearance. What?
When she said...
Rika stares at you with her big wet eyes.
Yeah, now that I'm looking at her, she just kind of reminds me of, like, those seals. That look like they're crying constantly.
Rika's just like, bleh, bleh. After saying that, Rika-chan started to leave again, but stopped and looked back at me once more.
Please don't lose that bat.
Is it yours, Rika? Seems she already knew I took it out of someone's locker. There was no name on the locker door. I didn't know whose bat it was, but I would be borrowing it until they complained. It wouldn't be for long, just until the gym storage shed was opened. After quickly changing into the tracksuit, I checked the time. I still had plenty of time before class began because I came so early. I took the bat in one hand and went out to the schoolyard. That was, of course, to practice my swing. I needed to make it known I could always have a bat on me so I could practice my swing. At some point, the sunlight had become even stronger. Disregarding my classmates as they made their way to school, I took my position in the shadow of the school building. I wasn't the academic type, and I wasn't much of an athlete either. Might get muscle pain if I just suddenly started swinging. I should at least start out with some warm-ups. Doubt anyone would think I was doing something out of the ordinary. Which was the exact opposite of my actual mental state. I gripped the bat and swung lightly. Oh shit, Proxy! Thank you for
fuck!
Oh shit, Proxy!
Proxy, that's a lot of people!
Shit! Shit! I'm shouting you out.
Hey, go follow Proxy, man.
Thank you for the follow. Sasquatch, I think I saw in that name. Welcome everybody. I am Spoony, the spooky cat. Thank you for the follow as well. You've caught me at the tail end, and this is Cal, by the way. Say hi, Cal.
I'm here. oh, I wasn't expecting to have to do pleasantries. Hello. Oh, now I'm all shy.
dog residue as you're being introduced. Whoa! Oh my god! Queen Snarf, thank you so much for the 5 gift subs. Enjoy your gift subs,
That's
everybody.
so wonderful. You could also donate. 'Cause,
Could
I'm just
also
letting you
donate.
know.
No, you don't have to do that. We're pulling your leg. Anyway, so you've caught me at the tail end of Silent Hill Summer. We are playing Bone Gloss. Thank you for the follow. We're playing.
We're playing not Silent Hill.
We're not playing Silent Hill right now, but we are playing Higurashi, which Ryokishi made, and Ryokishi's working on Silent Hill Forte, as some of you may know.
Welcome.
And oh my god, double raid, Miss Lacane.
People are in.
Oh my god, they're here.
Welcome. We're probably going to be stopping relatively soon.
We will, but
We'll
we're gonna
see.
finish this. Oh, I have to wait on whatever. I'll do this one then. Miss Lacane, thank you so much. No, it's fine. We're like this chapter probably still has a little bit left, but I will stop raids for an hour. There we go. This is Silent Hill. Don't lie. Okay, I'm sorry. It is Silent Hill. But
I think this is the opposite of a Silent Hill. The Higurashi are very loud and constant.
Silent Hill is also very loud, so it's a lie. Also, thank you for the gift sub again, Queen Snarf. Appreciate it. But you may notice we have a little Kenosha Theater donation bar. This is the last day that people can donate for the Kenosha Theater restoration. Not ever. I'm going to be doing more fundraisers in the future, but all donations during this month toward my stream are going toward the restoration of the Kenosha Theater, which is a theater that was built nearly 100 years ago. Thank you so much for the gift sub again, Queen Snarf. I'm going to finish my spiel, and then I will do any thank yous to any other follows or gift subs or anything. But the Kenosha Theater restoration. The first 2 rooms in the Kenosha Theater have been essentially restored. And thanks to donations since we started doing fundraising back in February. So thank you all so much for all your contributions to the Kenosha Theater. Like, it seriously helps a lot, and I am like over the moon that we were able to meet the first of all, the initial, like, the goal in general was 5,000 the other day for the 24-hour stream that I did. And we reached that, and we surpassed that, and we met the first milestone, and the next milestone would be 7,000. So if we reach that, I would have to play Subnautica, and I have thalassophobia. So that'd be fun.
I don't.
You don't. I might have to ask friends who don't have thalassophobia to join me so I don't lose my fucking mind. But thank you.
Don't ask me, I'll make it worse.
You will. You might. But we are on chapter 11 of
I think we're on chapter
Higurashi,
11.
chapter 1. It's confusing. We're on chapter 1 of Higurashi. Oh shit.
Episode 1, chapter 11.
Oh shit. Who just donated?
Who
Gracie.
did donate?
Gracie, thank you so much. It's pronounced
Whoa, how much
foyer.
was it?
$30. Thank you so much for
It's
the $30.
pronounced foyer.
Foyer? Okay.
Foyer.
Tempted to donate, but I would also feel so bad to do that to you, Spoony. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't
Well, why feel
worry
bad
about it.
about donating? What's
Don't
wrong
feel
with that?
no, don't feel bad about it. Even though that place is run down and beat up, it looks stylish as fuck. It's all cosmetic. All the damage on it is cosmetic. It's all water damage, and like it's still like intact. So it's all like plaster and paint and like rebuilding some of like the plaster like lining and stuff that needs to be she says foyer worse than me. But yeah. But the top donors for the month will be getting prizes like art from me. And I will be announcing the top donors at the end of the stream because this is the last day that I'm streaming for this fundraiser. Anyway, let's continue this game, shall we, Cal?
I'm really interested into your train of thought there, Queen Snark, about why you'd feel bad for donating to a donation drive.
But
I'm real interested.
No, it's fine. If I had to play Subnautica, it would be fine. It would be fine. I'll do it next month. Like, I would be fearful and scared, but it would be for the theater. You also have thalassophobia, so you know the pain.
Okay,
Okay,
For sure.
I understand. I understand.
But like, always remember, Spoony did this to himself.
I did do this to myself. I also ate disgusting beans that I'm probably gonna throw away after
Just
today.
say 4 lakh for you.
I spent $15 on these beans, and I was like, you know what? I hate this, actually. They are disgusting.
If it helps, next time we do one of these, there can be some strange and unusual punishments for me as well. If that'll help.
Yeah.
If it'll get people to donate more.
Or maybe I will just have no bamboozled beans. Bean boozled?
This town is full of monsters.
Go.
How can you sit there and eat pizza?
Now I want pizza, damn it. Because you guys did that alert so much when I was eating pizza. But maybe next time I'll just do like a pilk thing, because pilk isn't that gross. Oh, hot food. That would be a good one. Like, I can handle hot food way more than I can handle beans that taste like old socks.
Well, now you've got me scared because I just offered to do awful shit to my body. And I don't want to eat spicy food.
There's a bean boozled that's like just spicy bean boozled.
Ew. I hate spicy food. I'm too white. I can't take it.
You're too white?
Yes.
We did a thing for the Trevor project last year, and I had Russian roulette wings. Oh, that sounds awesome.
That sounds terrible.
Oh. I don't like hot wings. I don't like wings because I don't like eating things off of...
How can you stand there and eat jelly beans? This town is full of pizzas.
How can you stand there and eat jelly beans? I'm not though.
Milk isn't gross. I'm unsubbing. Oh, that's too bad. Too bad we got your money, though.
That's too bad. That's too bad. I'm gonna drink some pilk. Anyway.
I don't like Pepsi, so I also wouldn't enjoy Pilk. But,
I mean, I don't like soda in general, but listen, Pilk is literally just a root beer float, but with the ice cream melted. That's literally all it is. That's literally all it is. When you... Okay, whatever you have left over after you eat the ice cream in a float, that's Pilk.
I don't know what a float is.
You put ice cream in soda.
Who does this?
That's American. It's an American thing. You literally put a scoop of ice cream in soda, and it's delicious because it crystallizes.
Delightful.
Listen, it is so good. It crystallizes the ice cream, so it's got like crunchies in it.
Oh, spiders? I know spiders.
Spiders.
Yeah, in Australia they call floats spiders. Don't ask me why.
Why do they call them? Anyway. Oh man, I love floats. Anyway, I kind of want to float now. Maybe I can go to one of the 7 ice cream places near me and get a
I don't know
float.
what A&W is either, JM Productions.
It's a root beer place. It's a root beer fast food joint.
A whole fast food joint for just root beer?
No, they have a brand of root beer and they have it there.
Oh.
And so they have
What-
burgers and root beer.
What a weird-ass combination. You got a weird-ass country over there.
Yeah, we do. Talking about all this is making me so fucking hungry, and I need to continue Higurashi. Anyway,
Yes, we
Proxy and Miss LeCane, how are your streams?
Mormons
If you're still
specifically
here.
love floats? What the fuck?
Why? That's funny to me because my grandma introduced me to floats, and she's Mormon. Miss
It's a
LeCane.
Mormon grandma?
Yeah, a lot of my family's
Holy shit.
Mormon.
Hamburgers and whoop beer.
That's scary.
Hamburgers and whoop beer. I got that reference. Anyway, Miss LeCane, how was your stream? Was it good? Yay. I'm glad. If it was. Oh my god, I need to eat something. But we're gonna finish this chapter first. The bat!
Whoop beer float is as American as say. Can you see by the
All right.
dawn's early light?
Anyway, the bat was by no means light. The weight would make it a reliable weapon when I needed it to be. Of course, I could only pray that the moment I needed to use this as a weapon would never come. So to fill people in, Keiichi is scared for his life and he wants a weapon just in case some shit happens. So that's what he's doing. Anyway, just carrying it around.
I don't know if I believe you, Heart of Ink. As someone with an Australian girlfriend, I don't think that's true.
Just carrying...
Ustada, liar.
Just carrying it around could deter attacks against me. At least that's what I hoped. It could control you with demons, though. Oh! We're also
There you
playing
go.
with the original art, so enjoy that. Huh? Kei-chan? What are you doing? Being bombarded with such a hysterical voice, I jumped.
Whoa, Keiichi-kun, are you on the baseball team? The baseball team?
It was Rena and Mion. I was surprised to hear you went off ahead. What are you doing, Kei-chan? Can't you tell by looking? I'm practicing my swing for the championship.
You really think they'd just do that? Just lie on the internet?
Yeah, they would lie on the internet. You can say it's part of my diet if you want. Diet? Kei-chan, are you really that fat? Bet you didn't know. I actually have a beer belly. It's plump and jiggles.
Nice.
Nice.
Plump and jiggle.
Rena, you don't have to imagine something weird like that. To disrupt Rena from imagining something that vulgar, I ruffled her hair messily. It's vulgar, apparently. Well then, hope you make it to regionals at least. This old man will cheer you on. Regionally speaking, it seems that Oshima High is pretty strong. They say their southpaw Kameda-kun is, amazing. Good luck! Seems they've already taken me for a baseball nut, but oh well. Well, if I really did make it to the championship, it could be a cinch. After all, I'd be the pitcher and catcher. I'd pitch the ball, then run past that ball. I'd just throw and change over to being the catcher in a burst of super, incredible, explosive speed. I laughed dryly at the ludicrous image. Coming back to my senses, I smashed the bat against the ground. Damn it! What am I laughing at? I pounded the ground over and over. With each impact, the reverberation traveling through the bat stung my hands. If they smile at me like that, I'll Don't allow anyone close to me. Don't trust anyone, no matter how many times I tell myself that. If they made me smile like that, I already knew quite well that there were demons dwelling in my smiling friends, but I just couldn't believe it. Did that kind of split personality really exist? Like how Rena confessed to the doctor, were they simply being possessed by Oyashiro-sama? In other words, did a supernatural being like Oyashiro-sama really exist? Was it possessing everyone to try and kill me? Yeah. That would be wonderful. If only everyone were actually my friends all along and everything was all just Oyashiro-sama's fault. You damn fool, Keiichi Maibata. Come on now. I yelled out, drawing out all the power from the pit of my stomach and raised the bat violently into the air. Stop being so soft! As I screamed out with all my might, I beat the metal bat into the ground over and over. With every impact, my weakness was being beaten down. Smash. Forget. Smash. Don't be soft. Smash. Know your enemy. Smash. Like hell, I'd let them kill me. My shoulders heaving up and down from my ragged breathing, I heard the first bell ring just as I calmed down. Oh my god. Keiichi having a time.
The worst.
The worst time. I gasped with a sudden realization. That was the final bell. As I felt all the tension drain from me, I let out a deep breath. My mind was in a muddled state for much of the entire day. I didn't feel like I was awake, but it didn't feel like I was asleep either. I couldn't say it felt especially comfortable, but I felt a kind of relief that the sanctity of the school part of my daily life had yet to be violated. How long would I have to keep on living like this? I could only grit my teeth and bear with it as this living hell slowly gnawed away at me.
Keiichi-kun, come on! It's club time, club time!
The sound of Rena's voice brought me back to my senses. Come on, Kei-chan, stop spacing out. Bring your desk, your desk! Everyone was moving their desks together as usual. That's right, it was happy fun club time! But I had no intention of taking part. I haphazardly stuffed the contents of my desk into my bag as I prepared to go home. It was a weak-handed gesture to avoid having to actually say, I'll be going home now. What's this, Kei-chan? You planning on going home right away again? Mion sounded quite disappointed. I'm just not in the mood. Could you just let me be for a while? The tone of the words that spilled from my mouth matched Mion's disapproving glare. It felt like the air in the room had dried out. Satoko looked like she was about to say something, but perhaps dissuaded by the mood, she swallowed her words and stayed silent. Nobody said a thing. I took that to mean that I could leave if I wanted. But the collective gaze of the four of them, like the tiny pins used to mount an insect in a display, held me in place. That's good. That's good. Rena was the one who cut through the heavy mood.
Ichi-kun, you just didn't like playing with girls, I guess.
She said it in such a melancholic tone that it sent a wave of pain racing through my heart. If this pain was going to kill me, I wanted it to be the soft part of me that could still feel pain. I tore at my chest, violently tearing out the pins that held me in place. That's not it at all. I'd only be hurting myself by saying anything more, so I swallowed my words. Cutting things off there, I turned away and exited the classroom. They didn't speak a word to me as I left. It was a long, dull trip back home, but I didn't lose focus. I firmly squeezed the grip of the bat, which was already soggy from sweat. Realizing that, I wiped it down with my sleeve. If something were to happen, I wouldn't want it to be slippery. Since this morning, I'd become especially sensitive to the presence of cars. Even while walking, my ears pricked up and sought out threatening sounds and presences that could be closing in. And that was why I could hear it. Without a doubt, there were footsteps. Those footsteps had matched up perfectly with mine for a while now. From what I could sense, it was just one person, but I had no intention of being careless. Did they intend to follow me, like that car this morning, until we were in a good
There's
location?
Girls, and then there's these fucking crazy bitches. Big difference there, Paul.
Oh my god, to assault me? Then it wasn't a
I'm
good
gonna ask you to calm down on calling the girls bitches for now. I understand it's funny to hear Apple Moon Pie say it, but it's getting to a point, you know?
Then it wasn't a good idea to keep walking like this. I stopped walking and looked back. The wooded path crowded with trees responded with silence as if there was a nobody there to begin with. But I wouldn't be fooled. I was certain footsteps were following me. And just as I stopped, the footsteps stopped as well. Meaning the person following me wanted to keep their distance. That was, without question, proof that I was their target. I held my breath, waiting for that presence to panic and start moving again. The trees rustled with the sound of the wind. The Higurashi also joined in the dissonant chorus, trying to throw my focus into disarray. Had 5 minutes passed? Or had I been like this for a whole 30 minutes? It was so hard to breathe that I might have suffocated. It seemed I would be the first one to panic. Without a doubt, he was lurking in the shade of that tree with bated breath. Then, I'd make the first move. I fixed my grip on the bat. I raised it up to my shoulder to be ready to swing it at any time. Hey! I know you're there. With all of my might, I screamed at whoever was hiding in the shade of the trees. But the presence in the shade didn't budge. Until the moment I found them, they had no intention of revealing themselves. I know already. I know you're there. I screamed out angrily at them again, but even still, they didn't move at all. Then I'll go over there myself. With all due vigilance, I approached step by step. Stepping into the tree's shadow, I saw a human figure there. That figure was curled up like a small animal. Ah! Rena! When she realized I had found her, her expression softened. She seemed apologetic, but wasn't going to speak a word.
Don't worry, after the end of this month, we won't have as much apple pie moonshine.
Oh my god. Did you have some business with me? I wouldn't accept that silence and scream the question at her.
Not really. It's just,
Rena was in a panic with tears welling up in her eyes, but it was obvious that she had been following me. What about the club?
You're not... I'm not...
That shouldn't matter. Don't mind me and just play.
But I'm just worried about you.
Thinking about how I'd been acting up until now, it wasn't hard to imagine that my behavior could have been perceived as strange, so Rena was concerned. At a quick glance, that's how it would seem, but I wasn't going to let my guard down that easily. Even if that was really the case, she still wouldn't have to do something like try to tail me. She should have called out to me when I was leaving and gone out right with me. But Rena didn't do that. She kept her distance from me and matched my walking speed. On top of that, she matched the sound of her footsteps and deviously tried to hide her presence from me. Then after she realized I noticed she was there, she held her breath as she tried to hiding from me. She wore a timid expression that would force one to take pity on her, but without a doubt, she was tailing me. Stop following me.
Oh.
Still glaring at Rena, I continued walking onwards.
I found one of the most good-looking
After I'd
people
walked
today.
for a
Look
bit...
in the mirror and you'll see that person, Joe Kurtbach.
Okay. After I'd walked for a bit, she ignored my command and began walking again, so I yelled at her once more. I told you not to follow me.
But my house is in the same direction.
Then walk ahead of me. I'll start walking once I can't see you anymore. I moved out of the way and waved my bat violently to urge her forward.
Whoop. Oh, my apologies.
Oh, you're good.
There was a hiccup in the discared.
Oh.
I'd like to go home together with you.
Making a pitiful expression, she meekly squeaked out the words in a voice that she knew would cut into my heart. That agitated me to no end. I knew it was a lie. If you wanted to go home together, then you should have called out to me. Now you're just blurting out random lies.
I'm sorry.
It seemed that the seething anger within me was written all over my face. Even without me saying anything, Rena had understood what I was feeling inside. If you get it, then go. I swung the bat, urging her again to walk. Rena looked back and forth between me and the bat and started walking hesitantly, then stopped again. Go on then, hurry!
I'm going. So please stop with the bat. It's scary.
Rena guarded herself while pointing at me holding the bat. She may have realized that I wasn't planning on using this bat for baseball. I lowered the bat, but still guardedly opened the way for her. Go. There's no problem now, is there? There's nothing else she could protest. She passed by me timidly, so as to not set me off. As I watched her pass by, she stopped completely after having barely moved at all. Hey, don't stop! Then a powerful gust blew past us, barraging my face with dust. The dust got into my eyes and clouded my vision. Oh, fuck. While rubbing my eyes with my left hand, I swung blindly with the bat in my right, protecting the small opening I had presented. But Rena didn't even try to attack during that opening. Attack me, no. She hadn't budged an inch. I could tell from the sound of her fluttering skirt in the wind. You can hear that? As her skirt settled, so did the silence. At that moment, the voice inside of me immediately warned me of impending danger. I was caught by surprise. The smell of the air had changed, without me realizing it. The air around me suddenly felt like a calamity was about to befall me. It was like the air had suddenly become an invisible concrete, like Rena and I were locked in this space. Rena didn't move an inch. Thank you for the gift sub, Queen Snargle. Also unable to move, I stared at her back. Rena was the first to break the silence. Instantly, she altered her stance. It felt like I had just witnessed her shift from Rena into that other person who looks like Rena, but the voice was one I knew well, which filled me with a kind of bewildering pity. Carelessly, I felt relief upon hearing that pitiful voice.
Well, excuse me, but... can I ask you something?
Too shy to even turn around, Rena squeezed her voice out desperately. As she trembled. What?
Well, why do you have a bat, I wonder?
The question Rena asked was by no means unexpected. I can carry whatever I want.
But you didn't have one up until today. Why so suddenly?
It's alright if I decide to do something suddenly, isn't it? Is it strange that I have a bat?
Because, Keiichi, you're not the kind of person to play baseball. It's weird.
I couldn't tell what kind of answer she was looking for, and I was getting tired of answering her. I just suddenly got the urge to play baseball. Is that so weird?
It's weird.
She answered instantly, and that annoyed me slightly. I just suddenly wanted to play baseball, and I wanted to practice my swing, so I'm carrying around a bat. What's strange about that?
Strange. Weird. Definitely. Why you too?
Your ramblings are annoying me. Is it that strange for me to have an interest in sports? I tried to sound a bit more threatening to end the conversation. Till my suspicions about Rena were cleared, I had no obligation to answer her questions.
I'm sorry. Don't get so angry.
Rena still didn't turn around and spat out words of apology one after the next.
Just one last thing. Tell me one last thing.
I don't feel like talking anymore. Hurry up and go! I yelled loudly at her, causing her to flinch like she had been struck. Seeing her in such a pathetic state caused my heart to ache sorely, but even though she was afraid, she stubbornly kept herself from moving. Before I was able to threaten her again, Rena asked her final question.
Why is even your bat the same?
What does she mean by the bat was the same? I had no idea what she was talking about. What are you saying?
I mean, why is even the bat the same?
I don't understand what you mean at all. Say it clearly. Even still, Rena didn't turn around. After inhaling deeply, she screamed.
I mean, why is even the bat the same as Satoshi-kun's?
I knew it. I knew it was his bat.
And Kichi, way to be cringe.
Satoshi being... Huh? Upon hearing that name out of the blue, I became dumbfounded for a brief moment. By Satoshi, did she mean the student who transferred out last year? No, that couldn't be. Rena had tried to cover it up by saying he transferred, but Tasty-san told me quite clearly that he was missing. He was the student who sat at my seat up until last year. He was believed to have been demoned away by Oyashiro-sama's curse. I didn't know the details about his disappearance. The aunt he lived with was killed the night of the Watanagashi by a drug addict, and not long after that, he suddenly vanished and was now missing. That Satoshi and I were... What? My gaze fell into the bat of my hand in my hands. Could it be? Satoshi Hojo. It was a bit difficult to see, but that was what was written on the white tape at the end of the bat. You didn't notice that sooner? I see. So this was Satoshi's bat. Oh, this was Satoshi's bat. Since nobody was using it, I borrowed it. That's not a problem, is it?
That's not it.
The way Rena said that made it seem like this bat was something that should never be touched. Like it was some sort of offering at a shrine, or a memento of the deceased.
Kid's bat? You know what that means?
I could only stand there perplexed and unable to respond. Rena continued speaking without waiting for a reply.
Why is it that you're doing the same exact thing Satoshi-kun did when it happened to him?
When what happened to him? Rena was talking about more than just the bat belonging to Satoshi.
It was the same with Satoshi-kun. He joined a baseball team, but he didn't really like baseball.
What does that have to do with me?
Satoshi-kun also suddenly started walking around with a bat one day. He joined a team, but he wasn't the type to play sports.
What about it? I closed my mouth before I could say that out loud. Listen carefully, Keiichi. Rena is trying to tell us something important.
Satoshi-kun also one day came to school all by himself all of a sudden, just like Keiichi-kun. Then one day, he suddenly started practicing his swing, just like Keiichi-kun. Then one day, he suddenly began carrying the bat around with him, just like Keiichi-kun. Then one day, he suddenly...
What? Rena had swallowed her words. Rena's sudden silence brought a hush back to the surrounding area. It was then that I could finally digest the content of the entire conversation. She was saying my chain of actions was exactly the same as Satoshi's. What was the meaning of this? Up until just now, I'd forgotten all about Satoshi. I had never paid much thought to him in the first place. Not only that, I didn't even know anything of what he'd done. My actions today should have been my own creation, after all the planning I had done. But they had been the exact same as Satoshi's? And Satoshi... No, more importantly, if both Satoshi and I acted the same, then there was a really good possibility that what had happened after would be the same. Rena, that day, what happened to Satoshi? Rena knew. She knew what became of Satoshi. No, forget about what happened to a guy in the past. Rena knew what was going to happen to me. Answer me, Rena. Satoshi, what happened to him? With that, I grabbed Rena's shoulder violently and forcibly turned her around to face me. As I faced her, I felt a jolt travel through my entire body.
I told you. Keiichi-kun?
It was that person that I didn't know. At least it definitely wasn't the Rena Ryugu I'd been talking to up until now. The voice just now didn't have a trace of the trembling or emotion that it had had before. The amount of regret I felt for turning her around so carelessly was unsurpassed. That gaze that pierced like a cold needle, the smile on her face that invoked an image of having been carved out by a knife. Chills went down my spine. My mind froze under a layer of rime. Both of Rena's eyes pierced. What?
Bars.
Oh, hell yeah. Both of Rena's eyes pierced through mine, leaving me unable to look away. As if to remind me of the fear from that time before, Rena brought her face close to mine, so close that I could feel her breath. Her face had filled my entire field of vision. Then her sharply shaped lips grew even sharper, like the curve of a crescent moon. She grinned.
I told you, Keiichi-kun.
After a short pause, Rena repeated the same words again.
Satoshi-kun, you see, transferred out.
Transferred. Meaning what? What Rena meant must have been some new definition of transfer that I was previously not aware of. My throat and lips dried up. I couldn't even acknowledge what I had just heard. All I could do was swallow down my own saliva. It would seem that Rena saw that as a nod. She pulled her gaze back and spryly stepped back 2-3 paces. As she did, my legs gave out and I fell to my knees pathetically. Rena and me on my knees underneath her emotionless smile. That had to be a very odd sight indeed. Seeing me in that pathetic state, she neither scoffed at me nor held out her hand, but I could neither stand nor escape from her gaze shooting through my eyes. There was undoubtedly a metal bat in my hand, but right now it was useless to me. I was like a fly caught in her web. Heavy sweat beaded all over my body. I could feel it dripping from my skin.
But you won't, will you, Keiichi-kun?
Rena finally released me from that cage of time after what felt like an eternity, but her question was missing something important and was incredibly vague. Once again, I swallowed hard, urging her on. Do what? What did she not want me to do?
Transfer.
Uh-oh. Is that the end of this chapter? Or just...
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, no, never mind. I was mistaken.
Little bit more. Satoshi and I had what? All my well-planned actions throughout the day turned out to have been nothing more than a reenactment of what Satoshi had done. Satoshi, had he really been in the same situation as I was now? The friends he had gotten along with had changed suddenly, and for no reason, at least none that I had noticed, planned to kill him? Then, fearing for his life, as I am, he got a bat to protect himself and carried it around every day to practice his swing? And then one day, suddenly, he transferred. My blood went cold, causing a prickling sensation to course through my veins. Starting near my heart, it radiated outwards from the top of my head to the soles of my feet, chilling every part of me without recourse. What did she mean by transfer? What did she mean by transfer? Was Satoshi still at wherever he transferred to? Was he the only one who would be able to understand me? Would he be able to tell me why it all ended up like this? More importantly, where did he transfer to? What did she mean by transfer? What did she mean by transfer? Before I knew it, I was at my front door. The frigid knob was hard to turn. Was nobody home? It wasn't that odd for an occurrence. I reached into my pocket and pulled out the single key attached to my first seal keychain. Bum bum. I stepped into the entryway. Just as I was about to take off my shoes, a chill ran down my spine. Oh God. Someone had entered right behind me, like a classmate messing around, standing right up against my back. You're kidding, right? It had to be in my imagination. Logically speaking, it was impossible for someone to be able to hide their presence within my personal space, all the way through my door. But there was undoubtedly someone behind me. Hey now, Keiichi. How do you know they're there even though they're behind you? Because I could hear the sound of flowing hair. Man, Keiichi's hearing is good. There's no other reason I'd hear that sound. That was the presence, because I could hear the sound of them blinking. What do you mean? Keiichi, my bada, there's no way you could hear that. My most base instincts were warning me of the presence. Common sense was telling me that it was just my imagination. It was just my imagination. There was nobody behind me. I began to erase the mental image of an eerie figure standing behind me. But at the same time, I asked myself, if there was nobody, then what was I feeling? As an uncomfortable sensation crawled up my spine. Actually, wouldn't it be better if there was somebody there? If there was nobody there when you turned around, would you be able to accept that? I'd be able to answer all these questions just by looking behind me. But I didn't have enough courage to even do that simple task. All right, I could try speaking to them. The person behind me might answer me. It was a random thought. I didn't care how I went about it, just so long as I didn't have to turn around. If I had calmed down and thought about it, I would have known that would have solved anything. Who is it?" I spoke in such a hoarse, broken voice that I couldn't believe it was my own. I could almost feel them contemplating the response. Oh my god. I felt it. There's no way I should be able to do that. Calm down, Keiichi. It's all in your head. Turn around! That time I was certain I heard it. As if hesitantly trying to answer my inquiry, I was certain I could hear the sound of somebody inhaling. I heard it. I heard it. I heard it clearly. It was a girl. A young girl. I didn't know who, but a tiny speck of courage in me, however reckless it was, inspired a primal yet fitting solution to this current predicament. A scream. All the force in my body released from my lungs and through my throat, ceasing all thought processes in my head. Suppressing all my thoughts and emotions, I began to collapse like a house of cards, somehow managing to twist my body and look back as I did so. It was definitely there, right there. Somebody was there. Until the moment I turned around, until I brought the area behind me into my field of vision, they were definitely there. Falling face up, my eyes traced the remnants of the presence suspended in the empty space. It couldn't be. They were invisible. They looked like they weren't there, but were they actually still standing there? As I screamed, all the emotions I was holding back burst free in a violent wave. However, I was decidedly calm as my emotional dam collapsed. The turbulent wave of pent-up emotions was skillfully diverted into a torrent of aggression. That emotion was definitely required to extricate myself from the bizarre situation happening right in front of me. In my state of heightened lucidity, I entrusted my body to the fury. The metal bat held firm in my right hand as if drawn there by a magnet. A mid-level sweep would be the hardest attack to dodge. I remembered reading something like that from a book about swordsmanship or something. Rah! I brandished my will to fight. The afterimage of that amalgamation of metal flashed as it swung from left to right, beating against the entryway. The bat slammed into the right wall, the tip rebounding violently. Very calmly, I transferred the force of the
doorway could hear the neurons firing in the brain of someone standing behind me.
Oh my god. Very calmly, I transferred the force of the rebound into a sweep to the left. The door of the shoe cupboard was split into pieces. Those two swings whiffed through empty space, but they seemed to have a great psychological impact on the enemy. I could feel the panic emanating from that space. The attack wasn't the only thing required. I extracted the bat from the cupboard it was embedded in and screamed as I spun my entire body around in a large arc. Rah! I'm sorry, I'm so silly. Anyway, my scream shook the air.
XD.
Roar! My scream shook the air, imbuing my ferocious swing with even more destructive power. Crack! Without mercy or restraint, my violent strike, with certainly fatal force behind it, shattered the top of the cupboard. None of my attacks struck the enemy, but my ferocity had certainly seemed to impact them. Breathing heavily, my entire body soaked in sweat, the invisible enemy, there but not there, dispersed. When I was certain that the enemy had retreated, I locked the front door and latched the chain. No way had it only feigned retreat and was now inside my house. Once again, I channeled my aggression and searched the house for the presence, but it was gone. I had succeeded in fending it off. At that moment, the tension drained from my body and I let out a deep sigh of relief. All of the emotions I'd been holding back chaotically merged together and began to flood out. A hodgepodge of fear, accomplishment, and disbelief all mixed together and began to flow through my body. Unable to deal with each individual feeling, I beat them all back with the strongest exhaustion. Even in this moment, I remained composed. After checking that all the doors throughout the house were locked, I went up to my room on the second floor and closed the curtains. I straightened my back and tilted my head back a little. After clearing my mind of all my idle thoughts, I managed to calm down even more. What was that at the front door? There's definitely something there. Thinking about it, maybe it was just an apparition I dreamt up in my confused state, but I really didn't think that was the case. Calm down, Keiichi Maibata. Compose yourself.
No.
No. But no matter how calmly I thought about it, what just happened wasn't a figment of my imagination. It was obviously a supernatural phenomenon, and without a doubt, something was behind me. It wasn't some sort of illusion I saw amidst my confusion and disorientation. Proof? I had just one piece. When I asked who is it, they inhaled as if they were about to answer. That sound had clearly reached my ears. The situation I was in right now was still unclear. Either I'd been possessed by the supernatural phenomenon known as Oyashiro-sama's curse, or this was a ruse by the villagers who believed in it and were imitating it. Either way, their motives were unclear. The roundabout way it had been done was also still a mystery. If it was perpetrated by humans, that would mean admitting that it was Rena and the rest of them doing it, but it would be solvable. Oishi-san and the rest of the police would surely arrest my enemy. But if it was a manifestation of Oyashiro-sama's curse, I wondered what would happen. Oishi-san was very clearly declared that curses didn't exist. At that time, those words were pretty dependable, but as things were now, with the rising possibility that the perpetrators were not human, he suddenly seemed quite unreliable. If I told Oishi-san that this was the work of Oyashiro-sama's curse, what would happen? I couldn't imagine his reaction, but it would go without question that a void would expand rapidly between myself and Oishi-san. With me having so few allies to begin with and not being able to confidently declare whether or not this was a curse, there was no merit to doing that. I'd better keep the facts or what just happened at the doorway to myself. It would be better if I didn't add what happened here to the memo behind the clock. There was still the ever so slight possibility that I was actually confused when I thought I was composed. I was just going berserk in the entryway. Sasha yelling.
Where's Sasha?
We're looking for his laser pointer. It might be in the, where you keep his food. How wonderful would that be if that was really what happened? I would be able to refute Oyashiro-sama's curse. But if I denied Oyashiro-sama's curse, then that would mean admitting that Rena and the rest were the perpetrators. If I said that Rena and the rest weren't the perpetrators, then that would mean believing in Oyashiro-sama's curse. But not by denying both of those, I would be admitting that I myself was losing it. The three options from which I couldn't choose became a trilemma of sorts. They mixed together and formed a whirlpool in my mind, making my head spin. Once again, I straightened myself and I leaned my head back slightly to cool myself down. Calm down, Keiichi. Accept what has actually happened as reality. Stop thinking of anything more than that. But I couldn't help but think of it. How wonderful it would be if it turned out I was delirious and everything up until now was a figment of my imagination. Oyashiro-sama's curse. Trilemma. Oyashiro-sama's curse wouldn't exist. I would still be bestest buddies with Rena and the rest. I would have to be crazy. That was the first time in my life I'd ever wished for such a thing. Yeah, imagine wishing... God, man, I wish this is all just a delusion. I wish this isn't real.
Yeah. Again, frighteningly accurate phone noise.
Ugh. The phone rang noisily downstairs. Generally, there were no calls for me, so I never really answered the phone much. But since my parents weren't here, I had no choice. I squirmed off the bed and went downstairs. Hello, this is the Maebara residence.
Hey, Ichi, this is Mom.
I intuitively had a bad feeling about this. It was because I thought she was going to ask me to go out and buy some things. So I took the initiative. What? I don't mind having instant noodles for dinner. There's still a lot of them. The other day we went out as a family and bought a whole case of cup noodles. I wanted to get a bunch of different kinds actually, but they refused since the individual packs were expensive. But instead, I got a whole case of the mega-sized pork bone and ginger flavored ones I liked. But my parents don't like strong flavors and didn't touch any of them, so the cupboards were still full of them. So you see, there really isn't a need to go shopping, right?
Hey, Ichi, I'm not asking you to go shopping. Both Mommy and Daddy have to go to Tokyo right now because of work.
Huh? Right now? This was really abrupt.
No, we're already here. We left this afternoon.
It's quite a distance to Tokyo from Hinamizawa. Gunning at full speed down the highway would still take 6 hours. Dad has a license, but since he doesn't like the highway, they likely took the train. It would have taken longer.
I'm thinking you might understand since you heard us speaking last night, but it has to do with Daddy's contract. Right now, things aren't going so smoothly.
Now that she mentioned it, I did remember they talked all that time about how his job prospects weren't looking so good.
I'm sick of saying daddy. Dad is real sensitive about things like this, so if we leave things as they are, it will affect his work.
Part of my father's particular fragile artistic personality. His emotions changed as easily as the fall sky. Oh, as the fall sky, like autumn. Okay.
Yeah.
You could also just say he couldn't take criticism, but something like that can be done over the phone.
Hey, gee, this is your father's job, so can you support him a bit, please? Anyway, it's just faster to talk about it in person, so there wouldn't be any misunderstandings.
As their son, there was nothing more I could say once they started talking about work.
So we'll be back tomorrow night. Keiichi, will you be fine on your own?
No! It's not like I'll die or anything.
Keiichi, you shouldn't speak so lightly about dying. If there's something troubling you, just talk to us. I believe help out.
Yesterday I did bring up if I died rather abruptly, so I suppose they were a little worried. But really, I was more depressed by the fact that nothing would be solved by telling them. But I didn't plan on dying, at least not while I still knew nothing. I would never allow it. I won't die. I won't. I'll survive even if I have to gnaw my leg off.
Yeah. See you then. Tomorrow morning, make sure you wake up. And eat your breakfast. And don't forget to take a bath and brush your teeth.
Yeah, see you. The call ended like that. Sometimes my parents went off to Tokyo for business meetings, but Tokyo was far away. They normally did things by phone. The times they did go were normally planned out in advance. It never happened this suddenly. I couldn't say that those circumstances didn't feel strange, or rather, unnatural. Anyway, I only needed to recognize the reality of the situation. That tonight...
No, I absolutely will not be okay. I'm gonna die, Mom.
I'm gonna die, Mom. I was the only one in the house. That when my parents came back from work, I'd be gone, missing, vanished. Looking back on the series of events of the previous 5 years involving Oyashiro-sama's curse, it wouldn't seem that strange at all. Come to think of it, it was getting pretty late. I didn't think it was good that the only light on in the whole house was from my room on the second floor. It was the same as broadcasting to the enemy that my parents were gone, and this was their chance. First I ran to the living room, flicked on the lights, and turned the TV on to a reassuring volume. Next was the study. I similarly turned on the lights and some music. With this, from the outside, it would look like my parents were here. Once again, I went through the house, checking to see if there was anything left unlocked. When I saw the veranda and the laundry still hanging out there, I went pale. That would have made it too obvious. I needed to take it down. I snatched down the laundry haphazardly and erased all traces that my mother wasn't there. It should be fine now. Ah! The garage! They hadn't gone all the way to Tokyo by car, but they had gone up to Okinomiya Station. Mio? I don't remember. The garage was empty, wide open, and in plain sight. This was not good. I panicked and rushed out the back to close the normally open garage door. It should be fine now. I needed to get the paper. Mom always got the paper. Since they left in the afternoon, the evening paper was still out there. Oh, fuck. Keiichi. My premonition was correct. Pulled out everything from the mailbox and dropped it in on the entryway. With this, for sure this time, it should be fine. Come to think of it, leaving the cupboard busted like that from my little freak out was kind of bad. I'll just say I tripped and fell, and the bat I was holding smashed into it. Even so, just leaving it in its current state wasn't good. I should clean it up a little before Mom got back and scolded me. I remembered that there was a broom and dustpan in the closet. As I was going to get them, the phone rang once again. Uh-oh. Hello, this is the Meibara residence.
Oh, is this Keiichi-kun? Is your mother around?
She isn't here at the moment. Oh, you idiot! Keiichi Maibara. Don't reveal that your parents are gone. You can follow up still. Calm down and take care of it. I think she'll be back soon. That wasn't a good response either. Now they might say they'll call again, or to tell her to call them when she comes back.
Then that's fine. It wasn't anything important. Well then, sorry for the bother.
The scenario I feared didn't play out, eliciting a sigh of relief. That call was fortunate in more ways than one. I'd have to deal with any telephone calls coming in from my parents tonight. I was somehow able to deal with the phone call just now, but I couldn't continue to rely on such poor improvisation. I needed to make up a good story to explain that my parents were home but couldn't answer the phone at the moment. They were making tempura and couldn't step away right now. That wasn't good enough. They were sick and went to bed because they weren't feeling well. Was that going to be safe enough? I was thinking about it on the way back to the room when the phone rang once again. It was like they were calling because they knew I was going to lie. I didn't want to pick up, but I knew I had to. They'd suspect my parents weren't here. I should have just taken the phone off the hook under the pretense that I didn't realize that it was. But since the phone rang, I had to pick it up. I prepared myself and lifted up the receiver. Hello? I stopped announcing this was the Maybata residence. I had no reason to be kind to someone I didn't know the identity of. But unlike my uncouth voice, the person on the other side sounded goofy and lighthearted. Oh, it's my friend.
Hello. My apologies for calling so late.
Oh, fuck.
This is Oishi from the Okonomiya bookstore.
Tasty-san!
Is that you, Mayabara-san? Good evening. Good to hear you're doing well. You're
Wait,
definitely not having a fucking freakout right now.
Wait just a moment, please. Oishi is the officer, who...
Mr. Tasty.
He's Mr. Tasty. He's our friend. I grabbed the portable handset and rushed up to my room with it. I know you're teasing. Oh, okay, cool. It was the same no matter where I was, since there was no one else home, but I wanted to be in a spot that just felt a bit safer when speaking on the phone with Tasty-san. Oh, because we said Oishi. Sorry for the wait.
How are things? Anything changed since then? You would not believe the day I've had.
Since then, when was that exactly? There was something about the brazen way he talked that rubbed me the wrong way. Last time I spoke with Tasty-san was 2 days ago. The day I stayed home from school, I met Tasty-san on the way back from the hospital, and we headed into town for lunch and had a talk. Then after that, Rena and Mion came to check up on me, and then fed me a mochi with a needle. Whenever I spoke with Oishi-san, they always knew about it. It was like that since the first time I met him. Today's phone call may well be found out by them as well.
Hello? Can you hear me, Mayabara-san?
Huh? Sorry. What did you say?
I asked if anything's changed since last time. There wasn't an answer, so I got a bit worried.
Not really. The word stopped in my throat. There was a ton of stuff that happened. All of it baffling. What should I talk about? I didn't understand any of it, but I should try asking. If I didn't ask now, I may never have another chance. This night when my parents weren't home, I had no guarantees I would make it through the night safely after all. Well, Tasty-san, it seems that someone is after me.
Really?
It could all just be a coincidence, but that day I missed school when I was sick, the two of them came to check up on me.
Which two?
Rena and Mion. They started asking about how I had lunch with you.
What next?
They left me some mochi when they came to visit, but there was a needle inside. Fortunately, I somehow didn't swallow it. I wonder, could that have just been a threat?
About the needle.
It was just one of those common sewing needles you see all the time. There was a hole to thread string through.
Not that Mayabara-san, the needle itself. That's evident. It could be used as proof that they threatened you. Where is that needle?
Do you throw it away? That's right, that's it! I dropped the receiver and rushed downstairs. When I tossed the mochi, I had overlooked it out of terror, but that needle was a valuable piece of evidence. Let's see, I threw the mochi and needle at the wall together. If it was there, then it would be on the living room wall. They would clean it up by then. But my prudent mother had cleaned that living room wall, and there was not a trace of mochi left on it. Could it be that it dropped in the gap between the wall and the carpet? I frantically searched by running my palm along the carpet, but nothing turned up. I tried moving around the sofa and desks, pulling up the carpet, then flapping it around, but I couldn't find the needle. Did my mom clean up everything without noticing it? It was just 2 days ago. I didn't know what day they collected the burnable trash, but it may still be in the trash bin in the kitchen. I rushed into the kitchen, opened up the lid of the pail, and poured out the contents, but even at a glance I could tell that it would be incredibly difficult to find the needle in the pile of trash. I was looking for a needle in a trash stack. I know. I'll try running my hand through it. It was a bit gross, but I was looking for a needle. If I felt a small prick, I'll be able to find it. It It was a pretty tactless method, but it was the quickest. I held my breath and started striking the pile of trash with my hand. Filth flew about. There was nothing more disgusting than this, but it was not the time to be concerned about such details. I continued on for a while, but nothing turned up. I wanted to search more thoroughly, but I was still on the phone. I shouldn't keep Tasty-san waiting for too long. Later, when Mom got back, I'd have to ask her if there was a needle. I hastily began scribbling on the notepad affixed to the refrigerator with a magnet. Was there a needle? I scrawled through the words with a red pen. I then dashed back up to the stairs where I had been keeping Tasty-san waiting for far too long. Wow. I'm gonna drink some water.
Hello? How did it go?
Oh.
Actually, Mayabara-san, can you wait for 3 minutes while I go to the bathroom? Because I really need to go. I'll be back in a minute.
Alright, I can read for Tasty.
I'll be like 2 seconds.
Oh, okay. I couldn't find it. I was really overwhelmed when it happened, and... Oh, I'm gonna read for him. I see. It would be great if you could help it. Find it. Keep it safe. That's right. The needle wasn't the only incident. I had to tell him about this morning with the hit and run. Also, Tasty-san, this isn't all. That isn't all. Actually, this morning, that van was definitely aiming for me. I could say that without question due to the circumstances at that time. Did you see the license plate? I could search for it from here. Didn't see the license plate. Damn. At the time, I just flipped out yelling at him, but I didn't look at the plate. What failures on my part with the needle and the plate number. I was so focused just protecting myself that I let some of the most important details slip out of my grasp. I punched my pillow, annoyed at how worthless I was. I'm sorry, I don't know much more than that it was a white van. Nothing to fret about, Meibara-san. Anyone would be shaken up after being hit. I guess all of this really isn't a coincidence, is it? Tasty-san started to hem and haw over the other end. I could imagine him folding his arms. Also, Rena is acting strange. How so? What Rena said on the way home today, asking why I was so much like Satoshi-kun. Now I could say it with confidence, that Rena knew what happened to Satoshi. She knew that there was more to it than him just simply disappearing. Rena knows. She knows something regarding what happened to Satoshi, the kid who was demoned away last year. What would that be, exactly? Rena said I was the same as Satoshi. She said something to the effect that the ways things are going, I'll end up with the same fate as Satoshi. Fate, you say? Exactly what kind of fate did she say would befall you? Transferring out, she said. Transferring out? Rena said Satoshi transferred out. So given how things are going with me, I'll transfer out too. Tasty-san let out a stern sigh and then grumbled loudly.
Tasty-san is back!
Welcome back. I'm sorry I read a few of your lines, but...
You're fine, go ahead. Mayabara-san, that was probably some sort of threat. Or maybe some type of warning.
I thought so too. At that point, I started to think, would it be prudent to sum up everything that had happened up until now as the machinations of some human perpetrator? Other than the theory of it being Rena and the others, I was left with Oyashiro-sama's curse actually existing as the only explanation. Why
Water
are...
you after reading Oishi.
Oh, man. Why aren't the cops taking these kids in and questioning them?
It's circumstantial evidence.
I'm just so mad at the fictional cops in the story. Of course, I couldn't tell that to Tasty-san, except Rena's strange behavior could be proof of either scenarios. Whether it was Oyashiro-sama's curse being real, or everything being a part of a conspiracy committed by all of the villagers, Rena was involved. Rena had to know something. Rena was suspicious. What exactly was Rena? I couldn't help but think she was somehow involved with the prior string of mysterious deaths. I seem to recall that Tasty-san had admitted that he had dug into Rena's past a little. He was probably just downplaying it when he said a little, meaning he had actually dug pretty deep, most likely. I wanted to hear about Rena. I wanted to know what happened at her previous school, among other things that were still unknown to me. If Rena was somebody I should suspect, no, not that. I wanted to know the truth. Tonight I was alone in this huge house. Even though I said I couldn't count on them, I had lost the security I felt I had just by my parents being around. It wasn't like this house was some sort of fortress or castle. If a malicious person decided to use brute force, they'd easily gain entry. There were no other residences close to the Maibara residence. No one would be able to hear anything, no matter how loud it was. I'd never felt as much resentment towards my father's artistic temperament, and the fact that he had this house built in such a remote location as I did right now. I wondered if I would still be here by tomorrow morning. So I had to ask, right now, because I had no idea when the next chance would come. Tasty-san, I have something I wanted to ask about. Please don't keep anything from me.
Sure, ask away.
Even though he was so far away on the other end of the line, this was the most reliable he had ever felt. I wanted to ask about Rena, about what happened at her previous school. Actually, regarding Rena's... Uh-oh. I noticed a sound that had been going on for a while now. Since I was so focused on the call, I hadn't paid attention to it at first, but I finally realized it was the doorbell. The time was 7 o'clock. It was past the time the postman would be making a delivery and past any sensible time for a neighbor to be visiting. I considered just acting like nobody was home, but that wouldn't be good. That would ruin all the work I put in making it look like my parents were home. I need to answer the door. Hello?
Hello, Maibara-san. I'm so sorry. I fully got distracted by a cloud. I was looking outside my window for a second just to, check up on things, and I was like, whoa, that's such a beautiful cloud. Like a fucking dumbass. Local dog distracted by bland meteorology.
My god, that's beautiful. Sorry. Someone seems to be at the door. I'm gonna go see who it is.
A guest? I see. My apologies. Should we end this phone call now?
That would be a problem. No, I'll be back in a second. Do you mind if I just leave the phone on?
It's fine. I don't mind. I'll just put another fucking quarter in this thing.
I dropped the handset on my bed and dashed down to the door. I needed to make up a good excuse to get them to leave. I had a hunch it was the lady who called right before Oishi-san did. Hang on. In which case, it would be one of the neighbors who's friends with my mom. I'll just say Mom isn't feeling well and went to bed early. That would be the easiest option. Lost in the beauty of nature. It'd be hard for her to ask me to wake my mom up if she's not feeling well. The bell continued to ring at regular intervals. If someone didn't answer after you rang the bell so much, you'd normally give up and go home, wouldn't you?
Got you lost in the beauty of the world?
Without removing the chain, I opened the door slightly and peered out at the visitor. A chill ran down my spine. I knew it. Somewhere deep inside, I had prepared for this moment. I had tried to escape by imagining it was the easiest person to deal with, one of my mom's friends. But no.
Good evening.
Rena. There shouldn't be any reason for Rena to come over at this hour. The timing also made me feel uneasy, because it was just as I was about to ask Tasty-san about Rena. I wish I could have chalked this up to mere coincidence, but those unsettling words from Mion several days ago echoed back to me. There's nothing. This old man doesn't know. Are you alone, Rena?
Yeah.
It seems that Mion wasn't with her, but that didn't change the situation at all. Why did you come here?
Hey, Keiichi-kun, I'd like you to open the door so we can talk. Can I come inside, I wonder? I wonder.
It was true that speaking through a chain door wasn't the right way to talk to a classmate, but at my house the chain has to be on at night. Don't worry about it.
Then it can't be helped, I guess.
Rena looked at the ground sadly, but she kept smiling at least, and her effort to keep that smile up was quite pitiful. Even though she was tugging at my heartstrings, I didn't lower my guard. As long as I stayed like this, even if it made my heart ache, my life wasn't in danger. What I really feared, more than the possibility that hoodlums would assault me if I removed the chain, was trusting Rena enough to remove the chain, and having my friendship betrayed. It is a trap. As long as the chain wasn't unlatched, even if it made my heart ache, I wouldn't have to deal with being betrayed by Rena. Since it didn't seem like I'd removed the chain from her silent urging, she appeared to give up on trying to get into the entranceway.
Have you eaten yet, Keiichi-kun?
No, I haven't eaten. Since my mom wasn't there, dinner wouldn't be ready no matter how long I waited. I laid down when I got home, was woken up by the phone, and didn't have a chance to eat since I used up all the time talking. I was going to have cup noodles in any case. I should just eat one whenever I wanted to. No, not yet. What about it?
Oh, I brought you food. It's poisoned.
Then good. Look here. I brought a bunch of dishes.
Rena held out a stack of boxes wrapped in cloth.
If I can use your kitchen, I can heat up the miso soup. Miso stoop.
Stoop? Soup? It's fine. You don't need to
Oh.
do that.
Oh,
But-
no, well now it's gotta happen. Redeem those soups immediately.
Oh, no. But, you...
But there's a lot of tofu and vegetables in it. Does Keiichi-kun not like that type of stuff, I wonder? Eat your vegetables, idiot.
Hope this is not Chris's blood.
That's not soup, Theo. There's no way I wouldn't like that. I love miso soup with lots of ingredients. White radish, carrots, burdock root, and potatoes, dense and fibrous root vegetables. Yeah, miso soup. That miso soup looks incredible, but it's gonna mortise me.
I also brought rice, so if you microwave it, it'll be ready to eat in no time, star.
Without a doubt, rice needs miso soup. Stuffing rice down your gullet, sipping miso soup in between ravenous bites. Oh yes, how wonderful it is to be born Japanese.
Also, I made some more pickles. I made sensei pickles this time. I don't know what that is. I'm gonna Google that.
Before I had moved here to Hinamizawa, I scoffed at the mountain vegetables called sansai. But I was captivated by their charm the first time I tried them. Such a deep yet light flavor. Those so-called supermarket vegetables taste rough and overpowering in comparison. If you had to describe them, then they were the vegetables for the uninitiated. To become an
I hope
expert,
this isn't your sap.
such as myself, you first had to partake of sansai. It was common knowledge around here that the Ryugu family's traditional pickles were wonderfully delicious.
So, sansai is, it used to just mean mountain vegetables,
Okay.
originally referring to vegetables that grew naturally, were foraged in the wild, and not grown or and harvested from fields.
Mhm.
However, in modern times, the distinction is somewhat blurred, as some sansai, such as warabi, have been successfully cultivated. But in general, it means a vegetable that is traditionally grown in the mountains.
I see. Oh man, I'm gonna let Moonpie speak. Speak, Moonpie, speak. I'm gonna drink water.
This girl is full of sussy. How can you just sit there and eat sap?
Saup.
I've had dinner. This is still making me hungry.
No matter what kind of pickles they were, they'd go so well with that fluffy white rice.
And also,
But wait, there's more! So delicious. It just seems so delicious. Don't eat the food of the Fae. Farewell to my unhealthy self who said he'd make do with cup noodles. Rena appeared to be in good spirits, and she was offering such a delicious-sounding dinner. The stress evaporated from my gut, and hunger reared its voracious head. At the same time, my wariness of Rena suddenly dwindled. Rena did say she was alone. It shouldn't be a problem letting her inside. God damn it, Keiichi, no! Though the possibility that it was laced with poison still hadn't been ruled out. At that moment, a cold chill ran down my spine once again. I couldn't understand why such a sensation had occurred just then, but the voice inside me was sounding the alarm.
sound the alarm.
This happy Rena, speaking of this charming dinner, was dependent on one premise, and that premise was that tonight dinner hadn't been made at my house, meaning it was under the assumption that my mom, who should be making it, wasn't here. At any normal household, 7 o'clock would be around the middle of dinner time. Oh, don't do it. If my mom were here, we'd be eating dinner around this time as well. The fact that she brought over all the makings of a meal at this time was inherently strange, unless she knew. Rena, did she know that my parents weren't home? But there was also the chance that this was a bluff. I had turned on the lights and a bunch of other stuff to make it seem like my parents were here.
Hey, chatters. Spoony also.
Yeah?
What time do y'all usually have dinner? Because 7 is really late in my mind.
Maybe like 6 or 7.
Damn.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all don't get hungry before then?
Sometimes I make food at like 4.
Yeah, that's like 4 or 5, maybe at the latest 6 is dinner time to me.
7 is like late, but 6 is usually when I eat.
I've known people to have dinner at like fucking 10 p.m. to midnight. And like that's acceptable, I guess, if you're like on a long work shift or something. But if you not, what are you doing? Eat. Consume.
Yeah, no, like 5, 6, and 7 at the latest is when I usually eat. Oh, there was a chance that Rena was unsure if my parents were home, but I had to wonder. The laundry, the garage, the evening paper, there were plenty of signs of them being hastily tidied up. It was hard to say that Rena didn't have a chance to determine if my parents were here or not, but there was no reason for me to confess that right now. Thank you for the gift sub to Mudstone, Queen Snarf. I should try holding on to the fact that, as long as I could. First of all, the chain was still latched. As long as I didn't take it off, Rena wouldn't be able to do anything to me. Back to reality. I'm quite grateful, but dinner will be ready pretty soon.
Huh? Is that so? Is that so?
I know you went through all the effort and everything, but, well, unable to think of a good way to refuse, my words trailed off weakly.
But some of this good work is side dishes, I think.
I'm sorry, we have more than enough already. My mom always makes quite a few sides, so...
Huh? You have side dishes?
With a smile that bordered on a cringe, I dodged her questions apologetically. But the feeling I tried to ignore began creeping up my back again. I spoke as if my mom was setting down dinner right now, but it didn't mesh well with what Rena was saying. Rena was talking as if she was aware of some obvious fact, and that I was aware of it as well.
So Keiichi-kun can cook. What did you make, I wonder?
No, well, it's not that. Rena had assumed out of nowhere that I had made all the dishes. No, not so much that I'd made them, but rather that my mom hadn't.
Did you really make them? The side dishes. Did you, Keiichi-kun?
It wasn't me who made them. My mom did. No, she's making them right now. So, you see, I'm sorry, but I can't eat what you brought. Rena fell silent at that moment. At that moment, I felt that the light had suddenly disappeared from her eyes. Oh, it didn't happen.
How about I try guessing what Keiichi-kun's dinner will be?
It doesn't matter what I'm going to eat.
Let's see.
The conversation might appear natural at first glance, but Rena was firmly in control. It felt like I was being interrogated.
Your dinner. I wonder, is it something that can be made with just hot water?
Hey now, stop with the insults. I can't believe you belittle my mom's extravagant dinner like that. Tickets sold out, full capacity already. It's that amazing. I tried my best to put on a strong front, but I couldn't grip my teeth quite right. So instead I looked like someone who was borderline hysterical. But Rena showed no reaction whatsoever, even to that silliness.
Keiichi-kun, did your mother really leave you dinner?
No, you see, she didn't leave me dinner. She's making it right now. It's almost time for dinner. Rena had taken that assertion of mine, that my mother was home and making dinner right now, and was completely ignoring it. I could tell that the more I panicked, the colder Rena became.
Hey, Keiichi-kun.
At that moment, an uncomfortable chill crept in from the gap in the doorway.
Is your mom home, I wonder? I wonder.
I couldn't keep up this charade anymore. Rena, she knew full well that my parents weren't home. But I'd come too far to admit that now. Anyway, my parents were here, and we'd be having dinner soon. That was the situation I had concocted, so I answered. I told her she was here. She's here, of course. I could feel the humidity drying out from the surrounding air. Rena's eyes were becoming even more frigid, piercing me with their... I've never seen that word. Gelid?
I've read this before, and I feel like I've never seen that word. I'll look that up.
Gelid. Gelid?
Gelid says...
Gelid.
This is my Google.
Oh, gelid.
Why?
Huh? Oh, what do you mean? Tried acting casual, but that facade was torn off me the instant I looked into Rena's eyes. That look, it informed me of Rena's response faster than she could open her mouth.
Why have you been lying to me? I wonder!
I'm not lying.
That's a lie, isn't it?
It's not a lie.
Lies!
Rena's outburst sent a jolt surging through my body. Rena and I were still separated by what few inches that slightly ajar but still chained door could afford. But despite that, I was still being cornered. My house, which I'd considered a safe haven until now, had become more like a dark alleyway where no one could save me.
Well, I guess your dinner cage you couldn't let be.
I knew now that Rena had already known that my parents would not be here tonight, but it was still so strange that it had come to this. Even if she somehow knew that my parents weren't home, there was no way she should be able to guess when I'd be eating tonight. But Rena said she'd guess. How could she guess it? How could she know?
Noodles. That's right, isn't it?
It automatically went to the next thing. I got DDLC'd. That I was going to eat. Wait, the cooking repertoire of a man who can't do housework is probably nothing but cup noodles after all. Looking at this statistically, it was the most probable answer. That didn't mean she was guessing.
I don't think you'll be full with just noodles. I think having rice and stuff will definitely hit the spot.
Calm down, Keiichi Maibara. This was just a coincidence. Rena was just reading certain tells of mine, so the fact that she was inferring what I was thinking alarmed me, but it wasn't as if she was actually reading my mind. If it was being read, then she was a demon. No, not a demon. Things like that, they couldn't possibly exist.
Do you like them?
You mean noodles?
No.
Should say fuck. Just say
Do
it.
you like... Fuck?
Rena indicated that the point my answer was addressing was wrong. Her rebuttal was so short that I momentarily didn't understand the words Rena had spoken. Sorry, Rena, what did you say just now?
Huh? About what?
You said fuck just now. You asked me if there was something that I liked, didn't you? It wasn't long before I regretted how carelessly I'd pushed forward with that question. It was such a simple answer. That was why I wasn't able to comprehend it.
Pork bone and ginger flavor.
Oh! I was waiting for that. I wondered how I appeared in the moments my mind went completely blank until the moment I was able to recover as my field of view began to distort, slowly swirling in a counterclockwise direction and I lost all sense of balance. Why do you know that? I didn't even deny it. That was the type of frenzied state I was in. How could Rena know even this? This is a very common trait of, like, Oni and shit in Japanese folklore, is Oni can, like, read your mind and know information they don't know.
Only are able to tell what cup noodle flavor you like best.
Yeah. I just need... It's also a common trait of, like, Christian demons, too. I will point that out as well. But... not even caring as I mashed my head against the door, I fixated my gaze on Rena, but she didn't even flinch when she saw me do that. I certainly did buy them. I bought a bunch at once. I bought a whole case. How could you know that?
Why, I wonder? Quite strange, isn't it? Isn't it?
How could you dodge the question at a time like this? The chain and the door suddenly were no longer protecting me. How do you know? Why do you know? Answer me!
You bought them at 7th Mart, didn't you?
A shiver ran up my spine. I tried covering it up with an angry facade. Like I said, why do you know that?
I was right behind you, following you the whole time.
What are you saying? I couldn't understand why she was saying she'd been following me all this time.
That's because Rena was right behind Keiichi-kun's back the whole time.
Like that night? That night, I was absorbed in my phone conversation with Tasty-san. I didn't even sense her being there, standing behind the door behind me, standing there just like that.
When Keiichi-kun was picking out the noodles, I was watching the entire time. You picked out so many different flavors, didn't you? Then your mom got angry. If you were going to pick the expensive ones, then you should just pick one type, she said. Then Keiichi-kun picked out that big box of pork bone and ginger flavor that he loves so much, didn't he? I like it too, pork bone noodles, but I can never eat a whole big bowl myself.
My brain was paralyzed, dulling my senses. It might have been a defense mechanism to diminish the fear I was feeling to non-traumatizing levels. With the fear being diminished, the fog enveloping my mind was cleared away. Then I could understand what Rena was saying and started to put meaning behind her words. Even so, my fear hadn't subsided completely. It was like I was standing at the edge of a cliff, eyes closed, so I didn't have to look down. It didn't actually solve any of the basic problems. I slowly took a step backwards. As I withdrew, Rena advanced. Uh-oh.
Okay, chicken. Can you open this? We can eat dinner together. I'm sure it's going to be delicious. So, okay?
Rena's pale, slender fingers squirmed through the crack in the door, one at a time, as if they had a mind of their own, rattling the chain. If she had unlatched the chain from the door, a feeling of terror would have just exploded within me. But Rena didn't do that. She was simply imploring me to remove the chain. I tried my hardest to light the fuse to the powder keg in my heart, trying again and again, clatter, clatter, but it doesn't light. It doesn't light.
Open up. Keiichi-kun.
No. Please go away. I beg you. Please go away.
How can you say something so mean? I wonder.
Please go away. Go away. Go away. The powder keg inside me finally went off. No smoldering, it just exploded. It tackled the door. The force through the door had knocked Rena momentarily off balance. I couldn't hesitate here. I grabbed onto the doorknob with both hands, planted my feet firmly, and pulled with all my might, but that slamming sound I so desired didn't happen. I could feel a tiny, disturbing bit of resistance keeping the door from closing, and the source of that was Rena's fingers. Each of those fingers wriggling, squirming around like the tendrils of a carnivorous plant through the crack in the doorway.
It hurts, Keiichi-kun, it hurts.
It wasn't a harsh shriek, but more of a yelp she was trying to keep back. Go away, go away, go away. I kept on pulling on the door with all my might. I didn't even realize that if I didn't loosen my pull on the door at least momentarily, Rena wouldn't be able to pull her fingers out, and that was why the door wasn't closing.
It really hurts, Keiichi-kun. I'm sorry if I was messing around too much.
I didn't care one bit for her apology. No matter how much she apologized, it didn't change any of what she had done up until now. It didn't change anything.
It hurts. I'm sorry.
Go away, go away, go away! Rena couldn't leave even if she wanted to, because I trapped her fingers. Rena's white fingers had become deep red and were no longer even squirming.
I'm sorry.
Go away, go away, go away, go away, go away, go away!
I'm sorry.
Go away!
I'm sorry.
I'm just yelling at you. Rena's apologies were occasionally twisted with pain, but like a broken record, she was intent on repeating it over and over. Go away, go away, go away. Stop it, stop it, stop it, stop it, stop it! I pulled on the door even harder. Finally, Rena's fingers were somehow able to slip out from their imprisonment in the doorway. The moment that happened, the door closed soundly, and I could hear the thud of Rena falling on her butt on the other side.
Y'all ever had your fingers trapped in a door? That shit hurts like fuck.
Oh yeah, I've slammed my finger in a car door so many times.
I slammed my fingers in the car
I
door.
slammed my fingers in the car door. I locked the door immediately. It made a loud clunk, voicing my rejection to Rena.
I'm sorry, Keiichi-kun. I'm sorry. Open up.
Rena leaned against the door, apologizing profusely and nothing else. After confirming that I was sufficiently sealed off from her, I trudged away from the entryway. On the other side, I could still hear Rena echoing her apology. I'm sorry, those pitiful words. They would be forever seeking my forgiveness. I didn't feel bad about this at all. But that wasn't out of any sort of malice. I felt this sort of hazy sense of relief that I was able to escape from Rena. Before, Mion had threatened me all at this doorway, saying...
Slam my hope in a car door.
Awesome. Saying there was nothing she didn't know. And just
my
now...
fingers in Kichi's door.
Kichi's! At the same place. Rena told me the same thing. My feeble attempts to disguise the fact my parents weren't home had served no purpose from the start. I should have just pretended to be out and not even opened the door. My meager plans hadn't helped at all. In Hinamizawa, it was impossible to outwit them. Even though I was on the other side of the door, I wanted to get as far away from Rena as possible. 1 step, 2 steps. With each one, her sniveling apologies became more distant.
Tasty son, you're not gonna believe this.
I sprinted up the stairs and dove into my room. As you would expect, I was finally no longer able to hear Rena repeating her endless apology. Diving into my bed, I was startled by the hard lump I felt. There was something in my bed? Tasty-san! It was the receiver. Oh, that's right. I finally remembered. I was in the middle of a call with Tasty-san. Looking at the clock, apparently not much time had passed since I went downstairs. Are you sure about that? We were down there a while. Could it be that my clock had run out of batteries? I had talked with Rena for so long. How did almost no time pass? But the hand on the clock was ticking forward 1 second every second as usual. As I put the still warm receiver to my ear, time, which felt frozen, began moving once again. Hello? Tasty-san? Sorry to keep you waiting.
No, not at all. I didn't wait that long.
It became apparent that the amount of time that had passed between myself and Tasty-san was different. Over the phone, I could hear an energetic voice from a sports program or something. It drove home just how far away Tasty-san really was. Rena came just now.
Did she come to play?
I wasn't confident that I could coherently explain the situation to Tasty-san, but I didn't need to right now. Right now, I needed to know about Rena. That's right, I was planning to ask Tasty-san more about Rena, but Rena's little visit had interrupted the conversation. What was true and what was false, I couldn't tell. The one thing I knew was the single grim reality that Rena was suspicious. Might be able to figure something out if I asked Tasty-san about her. Up until now, I had regretted it whenever I forced myself to ask about things that I was better off not knowing. But looking at it that way, you could say I'd hit rock bottom. There's no possible way I could feel any more regret than I did now. No, rather, I wanted to know if there was anything beyond this I would regret more. Forget about tomorrow. It wasn't out of the realm of possibility for something to happen tonight. I wanted to know everything I could. I was absolutely not going to die like this. Not without knowing anything. I definitely won't.
Oh, regarding Rena Ryugo-san, I did a bit of digging. Yeah, well, it wasn't much.
I understood that Tasty-san was talking in circles. A bit meant I dug so deep it'd be hard to discuss with you since you're her friend. I want to know everything from your research.
I don't think you'll be very interested in what I have to say, though.
Tasty-san. I spoke as calmly as possible to Tasty-san, who was continuing to avoid the issue. You gotta head out? Thank you for stopping by, Queen Snarf. Have a good night.
Yeah.
Or day. It's earlier there. Oh shit. I think Rena Ryugu is suspicious. Even if the past incidents were from Oyashiro-sama's curse, Rena Ryugu is involved. Oh.
Whoops, my Discord fucked up.
Uh-oh.
Do you have some sort of proof that makes you believe Rena-san is suspicious?
Renaissance. The manner in which Tasty-san spoke became very firm. Do you have some sort of proof? That was him talking as a detective. I only have circumstantial evidence.
I see.
I could tell even over the phone how disappointed Tasty-san was. Pulling on the... Well, I have to play Subnautica.
Oh shit! What was the final what was the donation? How much?
It was $5.70 exactly.
God damn!
From Queen Snarf.
Queen Snarf!
Queen Snarf.
Thank you!
Thank you so much. I know you were hesitant because of the thalassophobia, but I will do it. I have to dance to the dog song. And you are also covered by a dog. I'm
Woof
sorry.
bark! Woof woof bark!
Woof bark.
Woof woof bark bark bark!
We'd like a minute more of this.
Woof woof bark bark! I'm a dog also! Bark woof!
Yeah, I'm gonna... Ugh.
Tell me when the woman moans.
I'll tell you in a minute. It'll happen soon-ish. The song stopping for a moment and hearing the emotional piano is so funny. I need you all to know I heard this song in my dreams. I did. I really did. I woke up with this song in my head.
Did the woman moan yet?
No, it was just the dog.
Oh, you take.
She just moaned.
Okay,
She
cool.
did it. Thank you. Thank you so much, Queen Snarf, and have a great night. We have made it to 7,000. Thank you to everyone's help, and especially Queen Snarf. Holy shit. I'm just gonna get rid of the current incentive, because I doubt we'll make another $1,000 within the time.
What was the last incentive?
The next incentive would have been Obscure 2.
Right.
Ugh. And then the one after that would have been a home pour run. And then the one after that was going to be, I play Silent Hill 4 right now.
Ah. We just drop everything and play Silent Hill 4.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, we
Yeah,
play.
Higurashi, we've been going for a while.
We've been playing Higurashi. We're trying to get to the end of this chapter. I hope there's not too much. Because we've been going a bit longer than I expected, but it's fine. I will have some good food after
Longer
this.
than I anticipated too.
Oh, it's fine. We'll get there. I think we're nearing the end of this chapter, and then we'll save the next chapter for next time, whenever that will be.
Also,
oh, you cut out.
If you know the story, Afronasia Bun, don't spoil it. Don't say nothing.
Don't spoil it. Don't spoil it. I mean, I'm almost done with chapter 1, but I have instant noodles. I hate instant noodles. I'll be real. I hate them. Fucking can't stand them. Anyway,
I haven't had instant noodles since I was a child, so I can't tell. If
they make me sick. They just truly make me sick. Ramen noodles
I've heard
have always
they're,
made me sick.
Full of a lot of salt and sodium and stuff.
Yeah, it makes me sick. It makes me sick. Anyway, continuing. Pulling on the fishing line when he felt a bite, only to reel in the bait. Disappointed, but ready to cast the line once more. That's how it seemed. Tasty son. You can't do anything without physical proof, can you? What? What? There's another dog time.
Who donated?
Queen Snarf.
Again?
What?
How much?
No! No! I need to leave. I need to leave.
What? Wait, what's happening?
I have to play Obscure 2.
Oh, no. Bark, woof, bark.
Okay, I need to look Veer. Thank you? What do you want from me? Jesus Christ! Hang on, I have people to
Snarf,
message.
you got money for real.
Shit!
God damn it.
God! The dumpy! I'm lightheaded. Part of that is I'm hungry, but... Holy shit. What the fuck? My god. Hang on. Where are you? There's one person, there's two people I need to message.
Bark, woof, woof, bark, bark.
I'm messaging Taryn right now.
Bark, bark, woof, 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 woof. Bark, bark.
The moan happened, by the way. I'm messaging, Taryn right now. Holy shit.
Now
I-
back to somber
I
piano.
am just speechless. I am just speechless. I am just absolutely speechless. Holy fuck. Holy fuck shit. Holy fucking shit. Oh my god.
Damn.
Oh my god. I don't know. Oh my god. For real. Thank you so much. Prank of the century. Holy fuck. What the
What do you
fuck?
want from me? For you to play obscure too, obviously.
Apparently. Also, hey Cass, what the fuck? I haven't seen you in forever.
It prank Spoony.
Oh my god. I'm like, I am speechless and shaking. What the fuck? Thank you so much. Well, we know who got the top gifter. There's no question about that. Jesus. Queen Snarf, I gotta design you a sticker pack. I will message you about that later. Goddamn. Alright! That out of the way. Let us continue. Let us finish this chapter. God damn. Are you
Yeah.
ready? Are you ready?
I am. I
Oh
am.
my god.
At the end of the stream. There's a little reward to chat for doing that. There's something I want you to play for the stream. At your discretion, of course.
What is it?
Oishu rune.
Oh no. I'm scared. Well, you can send it to me and I will play
Yes.
it. Alright. What I meant was, you can't come and save me without proof. I stuck that barb in there. As Tasty-san loved roundabout ways of saying things, he understood me just fine.
It's fine, Mayabara-san. I'll protect you.
No, I will not disqualify you. Are you kidding me, Queen Snarf? You deserved the top gifter award. Like, goddamn. Anyway, that was not the least bit reassuring. Tasty-san was just using me to continue his investigation. I was just going to get killed and my corpse would be an important piece of evidence. That was all I was to him. Whether I'm alive or dead may be of no concern to your investigation, but it's all over for me when I die. Tasty-san went silent on the other end of the line. That may have been too blunt, but I didn't care. All I needed to relay to Tasty-san was that I was currently in a very dangerous position. So please tell me about Rena. Are we gonna learn about Rena? Should I like save and come back to learning about Rena, or do you think like we're actually like near the end?
We'll hear what he has to say, and then we'll stop, I think.
Okay. Satoshi transferred out. Not too far in the future, I'll probably also do what Rena called transferring out as well. But you won't be able to find my corpse. You haven't been able to find Satoshi's body yet.
Alright, Mayabara-san, please calm down.
I was already suppressing my agitation, even with Tasty-san having to tell me. It wouldn't solve anything if I continued to scream about my mistrust in the police. Oh, Jesus Christ. That was from Eris.
What happened?
Eris just jump scared me.
Oh.
Thank you so much. Holy fuck. Holy fuck. Thank you for the jump scare. That was... Wait, that was... Yeah. Not gonna hit any more goals with this. Just felt like you deserved some more... I appreciate it, Eris. I appreciate that. It would seem that I could only depend on myself and the bat Satoshi left behind to protect myself. Then I, at least, wanted to know about what happened before Rena transferred schools. No, you don't have to apologize. I didn't jump that bad. And you also didn't scare Cal. You probably scared some of the chat. Anyway, go ahead, Cal. Sorry.
You're aware that this won't be very interesting, right?
Tasty-san, realizing my resolve couldn't be swayed, finally caved. Right. Now, to me, there is nothing that I'll find uninteresting. Please.
There are a few things I need.
Hey, Taryn. Are you ready to play Obscure 2?
Are you prepared for that?
Are you prepared? Oh, man. Okay, did you already read that line? I'm sorry, I'm still, like, floating.
There are a few things I need you to agree to. 1. Play Obscure 2.
Okay. Seriously.
Please keep it confidential. Also, part of this may be speculation. 2. You need to make a Ludaki.
Shit! Need to play Subnautica and Obscure 2. I'm gonna shout
3.
you out, Taryn.
You have to play Subnautica.
Shout out to Taryn, man.
Shout out to Taryn. Go follow Taryn. Taryn is a good bean. It might not be true. I don't understand what you mean. I will be drinking also. We will drink together. Let's. Jesus! Gracie!
Now what happened?
Another jump scare got me. Can't believe my lifelong goal of watching. Uh-oh. Streamlabs just broke. Streamlab. Oh god. It just broke. There we go. Watching an Obscure 2 stream has finally come true. Also, it's pronounced foyer. I didn't even say it. I wasn't even saying it. Fucking Christ. Thank you, Gracie. They're battling now. They're fighting. Yeah, no, play Final Fantasy 16. Numb the pain. Thanks, everyone. For
There
real.
isn't one main investigation for the mysterious chain of deaths in Hinamizawa. Each one is treated as its own individual case. Thus, Rena Ryugu has never been linked to any of the investigations. Basically, you see.
This isn't an investigation of Rena done by the police, and is a personal inquiry, is what you're telling me?
This will make things a lot quicker since you understand. All of it is either from phone calls or meetings and interviews, so they aren't corroborated. I'm asking you to take all this with a grain of salt, is what I mean. Do we have an agreement?
All of it is just from what you heard?
Yes, my apologies. It's all my personal investigation, you see.
That thing. Before you said you saw Rena's chart, didn't you? I'm sure I heard you say that. Tasty-san paused for a moment on the other end of the line.
I told you that too? Please pretend you didn't hear anything about that.
I didn't care about Tasty-san having certain obligations and responsibilities. I also didn't care if there was no proof. Even if they were just rumors, there's no smoke without fire after all. Please tell me, Tasty-san.
Understood.
Tasty-san finally opened those tight lips of his.
Don't say it like that.
It seemed that Rena lived in Hinamizawa a long time ago. She had moved to Ibaraki Prefecture just before starting elementary school. Then, following that, right after transferring, the unfortunate incident with the breaking of the school windows happened. Then Rena confided to the doctor. It was Oyashiro-sama. This was everything I knew.
There isn't much difference between what I know and what you know, Mayabara-san.
Then what part did you investigate further? I didn't need to ask. It was the incident right before she transferred back to Hinamizawa. The incident Rena was responsible for, and what she divulged to the doctor afterwards, correct? Oh my god.
Yes.
Who is this? Cass! Cass? It is a willful twerk, by the way. Cass, thank you.
This is Keiichi in his room.
This is just Keiichi on the phone with Oishi-san. Woe be upon ye. Thank you so much for the 69. Glad I could catch a little bit of one of your streams this month. Best of luck with the theater. Thank you so much. You guys you have no idea how much this is gonna help. Like, holy shit. This is like more than twice the amount we made the first 24-hour stream fundraiser
Woe
thing.
be upon ye.
This is a lot of money. Y'all got
Holy
hella fucking cash.
Fuck. This might, like, I don't know how much, like, the estimate of, like, what the inner foyer, I'll say it right, like, how much, like, we're estimating that'll cost, but I'm gonna imagine this is gonna cover at least a lot of it. So, holy shit, you guys have no idea. Man. Yes! I don't know if you already said it. I'm blushing, you said it right! Yay.
Just for you, Gracie.
Happy end.
Wink and a kiss.
After you learned about that, you started suspecting Rena and the others, didn't you?
Yeah, I did suspect him.
So they're the ones after all?
No, that's not what I meant by suspect them.
Huh? Tasty-san was the type of person to say things with confidence, but these particular words were less reassuring. Then who did you suspect?
That it was Oyashiro-sama.
Huh?
That Oyashiro-sama's curse really exists. Yeah, right, well...
Tasty-san's laugh was quite dry, certainly not the kind that would make you want to join in. Tasty-san resumed the conversation about the dubious circumstances behind Satoshi's disappearance, the course of events leading him to delve into Rena's past.
Bye, Cass.
Have a good day at work. Just then, there was thunder in the distance and a heavy rain started pouring down. It came without warning. A downpour. Oh, thanks for the water.
That's the rain.
Fiercely beating the ground. I had left the window in my room open a crack to let the heat out. The violent wind danced into my room, making the curtains flap wildly.
What is it?
Nothing. It suddenly started raining heavily. Sorry, please continue. I got up while still on the phone and grasped the window.
I said at the beginning it was an incident. Because neither the school nor the victims filed charges, the police were never involved. So you see, those involved were very reluctant to talk. Regardless of there being a victim who had one eye beaten so badly that it had permanent damage.
Oh, geez.
It could have been the school or possibly some individual who made arrangements to keep this from going public. Also, the psychologist was very strict about their professional ethics. Hello? Mayabara-san? Can you hear me?
There was the figure of a person standing by the light near the mailbox this whole time. Even in this torrential rain, they didn't have an umbrella. They were unquestionably drenched from head to toe. In the shower, which more resembled a waterfall, droplets of water dripped from her hair. Just standing there, both arms dangling at her side. In one hand was the stack of boxes wrapped in cloth. Oh, her hand is bloody. Her eyes focused on my room, focused on me as I was about to close the window. Her mouth was methodically repeating a chewing motion. It was as if she had something hard to chew in her mouth, with her cheeks puffing out. What could she be eating over there? How could it be that at this time I was more enthralled by Rena instead of the shocking developments being brought to light by Tasty-san? If it hadn't started raining, I wouldn't have gone to the window. Then I wouldn't have noticed Rena, nor would I have noticed that. Rena's mouth was moving in the same pattern. She wasn't eating something, she was repeating something. What was it? Was she repeating to me? What was she saying? And why was I right up against the window, fixated on her?
Hello? Mayabara-san? Can you hear me? Hello?
I'm sorry.
Huh? Mayabara-san?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Hello? Mayabara-san? What's the matter?
Even in this torrential downpour, Rena was still apologizing. Oh, fuck. That's fucked up. The other self inside me drew the curtain hastily with my right hand, blocking my view of the outside. But even doing that, Rena's relentless apologies still reached my ears. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. If I forgive you for this, will you forgive me for that? I like how bright it is outside right now. Please stop. Please stop. Please stop. Please stop. I'm sorry. 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 Damn it! Why should I have to forgive her? I'm the one who wants to be forgiven. What part of me can't you forgive? I won't be killed. If you won't forgive me, then I won't forgive you either. I won't forgive. 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 I won't forgive.
Mayabara-san, if you can hear me, then please respond. Hello?
Trying. She's put a curse on me. She's put an apology curse on me. Poor Keiichi.
Well.
Is that the end? Yes.
We'll see the tips, and then we'll stop.
Can we see the tips next time?
Oh, of course, if that's what you want.
Yeah, since like next time we'll have just the one chapter, and I know it's gonna be longer, but we can also like warm up with the tips, buff out the time, or buff up the time, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Before we go, though, there's a video I want you to put on for everybody.
Have you sent it to me?
I have.
Oh boy. All right, let me close this.
If you're worried about copyright, it's just a song from Deltarune.
Oh, okay, that'll be fun. Gonna check this out.
It's also very edited. So.
Oh boy. Alright. Well, I'm opening this. And I'm making it large. Oh god. I'm very scared. Alright. And
This is a present for you for reaching all these goals.
this is a present for everyone. As a thank you. Okay. We're watching this. What is this? Oh no, they're Spampton.
私の車エアコンが効いてますからそっちでお話ししましょう
Is that really what he said? Oh my god. No. What? Are these like clips from the anime? Like
They're
voice
voice clips from the I think they're either from the anime or from another version of the game.
No traces of pig. This is so silly. Thank you.
I thought it'd be a good palate cleanser.
It is a good palate cleanser. Amazing. Oishirun. He's delicious. Thank you for that. Thank you for that.
Of course.
Before absolutely anything, I think I would like to announce the top tippers, and I will also message them after the stream, so we can figure out your presence. So top gifter, I'm gonna say, top tipper. Who? Eris. Okay, Eris, you can get your last tip in. There you go. That was the mournfully busting it down. Thank you for donating for that, like for real. I appreciate it. Okay, so let me make sure this is accurate to right now. Oh god. Oh god, I hope it's accurate. Last donation. Hang on. I'm gonna make sure this is correct. Okay, so it says June 24th.
Thank
That's
you
good.
to all
Okay.
donators. It's with your kind donations that we can make meaningful change to the cultural heritage of Kenosha.
Yes. Yes. Okay. This is incredibly tight. Okay, so Queen Snarf, definitely the top tipper. So congratulations. I'm going to make you a sticker pack of either 3 characters or your own character, like just one character, whatever you want. A full shaded, full body piece for you, and also an icon as a thank you. Though I feel like I should be doing more because holy shit. Second place, Gracie Gal. I'm also doing a full body shaded piece for you, whatever you like, and an icon. And then Eris, you are in 3rd, and you got an icon. That is the final standing. I just have to say, and this is so fucking wild to me, Gracie Gal and Eris, you are literally 44 cents apart. That's
oh my God.
Fucking crazy. Like, part of me wants to just like be like, Eris, here's a full body shaded thing as well. I feel like I owe that to you, Eris, honestly, because like holy shit, these donations are super like generous, and I appreciate you all so much. So holy shit. But also, what else do I have to talk about? I'm gonna write a big fat fucking check tonight, Jesus, for the Kenosha Theater, and holy fuck. Oh
and
man.
sweet tax deductibles.
Yeah. Yeah, holy fuck. But that's not what's important.
No, of course
What
not.
is important is that it's all going toward the theater, because holy fuck. Holy shit. Also, I forgot to show this fan art last time. So this is, what's his name? Travis Grady from Silent Hill Origins fighting, my son Beef. Thank you, Axe Mortal, for that.
I like it.
And also, speaking of Eris has been a patron for 2 years now, so thank you so much, Eris, for your continued patronage and support. If you would like to join Eris in being a patron, you can type !Patreon in the chat, which you can do that right now. If you're wondering what the fuck my son Beef thing... Oh, thank you, Cal. My son Beef thing started when I played PT and I saw the thing in the sink and I was like, this is my son Beef. And then it's just...
He has every disease.
He has every disease. It's just continued to spiral out of control since then. I need to make stickers soon for my merch tier patrons. So I'm probably going to do Mixed Feelings 2 themed stickers again, but make them a little bit more elaborate. And I'm probably going to be adding the Mixed Feelings 2 stickers I had before back to the shop because I'm going to be releasing a demo soon.
Whoa.
Yeah, I'm going to be trying to do that at the end of the month. And I'm also going to be over on Girl Stream Team on Monday night, 8 p.m. Central. Let me see if I spelled that right. So if you guys want to follow Girl Stream Team, they are lovely. They have very wholesome vibes. And they've been doing a fundraiser all month for Trans Law Center. So that's fucking cool.
Thank you for your patronage.
Somebody just joined Patreon. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. And I also love seeing the Duke from Resident Evil Village pop up on my screen. Thank you so much. Holy fuck. And also thank you, Cal, for being with me.
Whoa, me?
Yes. You've been here so long. We've been streaming so long today.
Man, I didn't know I was gonna get a thank you. I'm all up and blushing and shit.
Why wouldn't I thank you, my good friend?
No, it just didn't occur to me. Thank you.
God damn. This has been such a successful month. I thank you all so much. Everybody who has joined me in my streams. Roll the credits, goddamn.
This is a near 5-hour stream, dog. Holy shit.
Jesus Christ, why do we do this to ourselves? Who's...
I'm happy to be here.
I'm happy to be here too.
I'm gonna send you memes after this is done. Actually, I'm gonna send to the server.
Oh shit, Adi and Yori are streaming Pokemon together. Oh wait, no, that was a long time ago. Oh damn, I don't think anybody's still streaming. Hang on, let me check.
Too late.
They started about the same time as me, so I don't know if they're still going.
I kill you, you kill me. Yes, he knows a lot.
Oh, Blem! Blem is playing Earthbound!
Oh shit!
How long has Blem been playing Earthbound? Blem has really high energy. Will yell when I raid them. Alright, yeah, no, get ready for some screaming, because Blem will absolutely yell, and Blem has also raided me a shit ton. A shit ton.
A shit ton?
A shit ton. A Blaze Emblemaire. You probably recognize that name if you've been in my streams enough. Alright. Blem is a deer dog. What the deer dog doing? Let's make that the raid phrase.
Deer dog doing?
What the deer
Man,
dog
thanks
doing?
for coming, everybody.
Yeah, holy shit. I did not expect to make the Obscure 2 thing. I literally messaged Taryn before, like, posting that. And I was just like, so this might happen, but I don't know if it will. But I've been surprised before, so, you know. And then it happened. Anyway. Have a good night, day, whatever, everybody.
Yeah.
So long.
Goodbye, everybody.